All right, hello everybody. Sorry about the wait there. I apologize about that. My alarm did not go off when I wanted it to. Well, I'm assuming it did. I probably just didn't wake up to it. You know what I did wake up to though? Fucking the alarm at 6:05, right? That's when it went off. It was some fucking French song because it was like from Spotify, right? So it was just some like randomized music. And bro, like it was in fucking French and it jolted me the fuck awake. So maybe that's the key, man. Maybe I just got to start playing like music in different languages, because fuck that, like I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm saying I was ready, you know. But no, that was crazy shit. But yes, Mephiston, that's who we're here to learn about today. Thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. You know, thank you guys for voting in the poll. Awesome to see you guys participate in that. Don't really know much about this character. I was gonna say, looking at the thumbnail, and I think Battle Chicken there, if I'm not mistaken, confirmed it. This is a Blood Angel, I'm pretty sure we're dealing with. That was my guess initially. I don't really know anything else about him going into this. I'm going in pretty blind, so I do want to say, you know, no spoilers for the sake of myself. You know, I'm not looking to have this one spoiled, of course, which doesn't happen anyway. You guys are usually very, very good at doing that. I just want to say for, you know, just going forward, of course. No spoilers. But yes, we are going to be checking this one out. Longest video to date, he says, 3 hours. So this was uploaded 2 years ago. He's uploaded longer ones since. We've checked those ones out, of course. We're obviously going to leave a like on this video here. The Amber King making fantastic videos here, as always. I'm going to be excited to see who else he's got working alongside him in this one. Yeah, if you guys enjoy the video, make sure you leave a like, subscribe for more content from me, of course. Leave your recommendations down in the comments below. Big thank you to all of our members, all of our Hastati, our Principes, Dagenhart, and Hobbit, and of course, our Prefect Fear. Appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day. With that, guys, holy shit. With that, guys, I got my coffee, fucking got that going as well, so I'm sorry if I'm a little bit sluggish. I'm still very much waking up. Gonna try to get that into me as we get going here, and hopefully we learn something here. Oh shit, I'm pulling a rookie maneuver. I gotta make sure I got some paper in front of me here. Hold on. Move the keyboard a little bit there. You got my pen? Okay, sick. All right. We are volume good to go. I'm just gonna put that 3/4 so I don't blow my eardrums out. If it's too quiet, let me know. Full screen, we got captions on. Quality's good. I say without any further delay, guys, let's get it. Okay, well, confirms it right off the bat, I think. If there was any unsureness, I suppose.
Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of the day. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. The
Classic
wise
quote.
man at their end know dark is right. Because their words had forked no lightning, they do not go gentle into that good night. Good men, the last wave, by crying how bright their frail deeds might have danced in a green bay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light.
I am the steel in the blade. I am the blood in the heart.
Just want to say, that sounded really
I am
good.
the heat of the flame. I am the blood of Sanguinius, Callisterius, chief librarian of the bloodied host, consul etheric to Commander Dante, the embodiment of the infamous Black Angel.
I just want to see that again. Host consulate. Okay, yeah, wow. I'm just writing this down. Yeah, the fact that he's not only a librarian, he's also a consulate to fucking Dante himself. He's pretty big balled. I didn't realize just how fucking much of a role this guy's probably gonna play. This is pretty big shit already. This guy is not just like some like little peon character. Just based off those like couple stats alone, like he's kind of like big dick a little bit here, is he not? Oh my god. And look at him. If this is a picture of him, I'm assuming it probably is. Does he have some psyker abilities? Like, is, I guess, being a librarian, right? Like, he ought to have some degree of psyker capabilities, right? He does just look like a badass, I gotta say. Chief Librarian of the Blood Angels. He's cracked? Yeah, okay. I see. If this is a picture of him or representing him in any way or what he could do, looks fucking insane. Literally one of the strongest librarians ever. Oh shit. Okay. No spoilers, of course. No spoilers. But I think I understand the league we're dealing with here. Again, I was going into this completely blind, knew nothing about this character. That right off the bat. Okay, kind of solidifies some shit. All right.
The embodiment of the infamous Black Angel. The tales are true. However furious the fight, the usual hunger does not haunt him. His heart's no longer pound with those terrible lusts. He has escaped the doom of the chapter. He became unfettered, free to finally prove their nobility. He has the power to avert the grim fate that hangs over all of them. This slow, gnawing decline. This gradual death. But who is Mephiston? Who was Cynreius? And how did
absolutely
he
broken could
the
take a
Lord
Primarch?
of
What the
Death?
fuck?
His story begins in the 41st millennium.
Also, that title right there, Lord of Death, is that actually like an official title of his? What the fuck? Like, is that straight up just like one of his like you must address me by this name? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like when like Queen Daenerys fucking like rolls out and they have to like announce all like 20 fucking titles that she has, what she's done. Breaker of Change, Queen of the Andor. Like, you gotta fucking announce that as well. Holy fuck. That's amazing.
The Lord of Death. His story begins in the 41st millennium.
Fucking cracked,
at
bro.
the edge of the Ultima Segmentum.
41st,
lie
right?
a cruel, uncaring world. Rust orange, and littered with the scars and ruins of a grander age. It would be on the planet of Baal Primus that a child would be born.
Okay,
One
wow.
who took his first breaths of the radiated light system was brutal, doomed to exist on worlds that had once been paradises, lives of luxury and peace millennia before. But yet, in our hubris, in our petty infighting and fear, the cautionary tale humanity repeats. Baal and its 2 moons were ravaged by civil war.
Right.
Cultures and cities glassed by weapons so destructive they did not belong in mortal hands. From the skies rained down the shards of the great orbital structures that had once been a monument to humanity's great potential. Radiation and rust flowed over the survivors of the Age of Darkness.
I gotta say, that would be fucking crazy, having like orbital structures and shit that have like been there forever. I kind of think like, what is it, that movie, Elysium, if you guys have ever seen that, where it's kind of like that, that subspace structure, that ring around the planet, essentially, right? And to just like, you know, one day fucking pieces of that are just raining down upon you, bro. And like each of those are like, you know, occupied, manned, right? Could be habitable, right? I'm assuming there'd be some sort of permanent presence on it. At least in the movie Elysium, it's like the ultra luxury, ultra rich kind of live there. And then all like, you know, like the 99%, you know, live on the planet where it's, you know, a lot poorer, right? So I'm assuming it'd be much kind of like the same as that. So that makes me think too that this planet lost all of its education too when that collapse happened as well, right? Or most of it, right? You probably have a lot of practical workers, but like a lot of like, you know, specialized services, probably medical care, all that, right? All the rich people shit. It's gonna be fucking not on the planet with all the 99%ers, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's correct. That's just my assumption on it. Just something to think about, you know? Blood is stored in the balls. True. And also, like, this is like an OG planet, right? Like, this is like an OG Blood Angel fucking planet. So that's kind of cool as well. Oh, did Phoenix join the Discord there? Oh, sweet. Good to see you there, Phoenix. Let's keep going here.
Rust flowed over the survivors of the Age of Darkness, until as each generation was born, more and more of the wealth and knowledge bled out. What remains is a people, even to the
Sanguinius'
41st
planet?
millennium,
Yeah, that's what I
who
thought.
dwell within simple brick and mortar villages.
Which is
Others
kinda
as
crazy.
roaming tribes that brave the wastes and deserts of this now thirsty world. The young child was born to one of the many...
It could be said that Mephiston, how do you pronounce that? How exactly is that pronounced? I don't want to like fucking trigger people by pronouncing that wrong. Mephiston, right? Mephiston, ton? What's the accent? How am I supposed to fucking slur that off the tongue? You know what I'm saying? How do you say it? Either way though, he is, I guess you could say, true blood in a sense, you know? He is actually from, like, Sanguinius's planet. If that's what we're talking about here, if we're just talking about him, we're not getting any backstory into the Blood Angels, if that's the case, he's true blood, you know what I'm saying? Mephiston. Okay, fist. Okay, I got you. Okay, I'm not trying to like say that wrong and trigger people. I know. I remember I did that with fucking Grimaldis for like the longest time, bro. That was like, and then after I like noticed I was doing it, I was like, oh fuck. I was like, oh fuck, no. It was bad. But let's keep going here.
Oh, thirsty world. The young child was born to one of the many Baalite tribes that had found refuge within the caves and mountains of Baal Primus. Overlooking the wastes, streaked with lines of garish salt, Kali was his name, who found that on top of the radiation and monstrous creatures that stalked the rust deserts, he was the son to a cruel father. Dressed in simple rags,
most are,
unfortunately, one of the very few possessions he would ever own, alongside a primitive
thirsty
knife
world
and a necklace of human hair with a piece of coloured glass threaded on. Kali, like all the others, would do his best just to survive. He had nothing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's fucked up to think like, oh my god, they have necklaces of human hair and shit, but you gotta think, right, on like a planet such as this, you would literally have nothing to make like jewelry aesthetic shit out of, right? Which is kind of crazy to think about, I think, because like, you know, we hear that and we're like, oh, that's fucking disgusting, right? But then there are cultures that just like do shit like that, right? It's just like, that's an average thing. Kind of nuts to think about there.
His people had nothing except their stories, their myths, right. The binding glue that united them as family.
Very
Young
much
Kali
tribal.
And every child under the haunting red light of Baal's dying sun knew the tale. The great angel Sanguinius, the son of a god, born with angel's wings, who guarded the people of Baal. Sanguinius was the ideal, even to young Kali.
In modern times, maybe, yeah.
Mythological being.
This is in 41, I'm pretty sure.
And retold for centuries, filled with all the grace of human error. Young Kali's life was in danger, be it the radiation, the monsters in the dark, or his cruel father, until he was saved. A strange figure took him away from a family he would never see again. The hunched, malnourished man of Baal had saved Kali because he was special, born with something many would consider a gift.
He's a special boy.
More, a curse. Kali's mind was linked to the immaterial, the warp, and this intrinsic, otherworldly perception.
But he's a psyker.
Was a psyker.
Yeah.
Nightmares haunted him. He saw horrors he could not even verbalize. He heard the thoughts of others. His mind was linked to the ocean of sentient thought in a way most would never grasp.
That would fuck you up so much, man. Like, even being able to, like horrors aside, visions aside, being linked to it all aside, right? Even just being able to, like, read other people's minds and shit, bro. I feel like that would fuck, like, 90% of people up, like, right away. You know what I'm saying? Being able to just read what other people are thinking without context into the actual thoughts they have in their head. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that would be a devastating, like, ability to kind of have, unfortunately. As much as people think, like, oh, that would be a good idea. No, I don't think it would be. The master of PMS is a 40k character. Holy shit. Hey, Heike, how you doing?
Ocean of sentient thought in a way most would never grasp.
Night terrors on crack? Yeah, literally.
He could tap into. A power that had the potential to warp his mind, turn his body into a mess of mutating flesh. It was a power he was taught to harness and controlled by the mysterious old figure that had taken him in. For a time where they dwelled in the mountains that were the remains of these orbital facilities millennia before, fallen from grace as humanity itself. Kali grew, until the time came that the mysterious figure knew was inevitable. They descended from the sky, birds of metal, the most incredible thing the boy had ever seen. Stepping out onto the dust stood these enormous figures, clad in armor, so
recruiters,
beautiful.
quote unquote.
They approached him, even some with a brilliant cobalt blue armor. They were the
You look like worthy stock, boy.
They were the sons of Sanguinius, the Blood Angels. It was like a hero of mythology had appeared before Kali. The sight made his mind spin and his little heart race.
Or maybe you disappear into a black ship. True.
Others
That's
upon
also
this
facts.
world had sensed the boy's connection to the warp, a disposition that
I guess, like, upon approach, you might not know. Psychers might know. Because from some of the stories we've heard, actually, Psychers kind of have, like, a... Because of, like, the fucking power that a black ship kind of emits, right? A Psyker can kind of, like, feel it coming, I think, into some degree, right? If that's not wrong. From some of the stories from Vox that we've checked out, that's kind of been, like, almost a theme, it seems like, where it's like, you know, it's like, what the fuck is that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's the uncomfortability is coming my way, and I don't know why the fuck it's happening, you know? Something like that. I feel like if him being a Psyker, it might have like irked him a little bit, you know, if that was like what that was. And I'm sure once the Stormhawks, whatever have you, the transports land, and you see that it's the Blood Angels, right? You know, children of Sanguinius, then it's kind of like, okay, I'm sure a sense of like ease probably washes over you.
this world had sensed the boy's connection to the warp, a disposition that only allowed for two choices.
Black ships attacking the blanks, cuts them off in the warp, that's right.
Black ships that would make their
It's
way
wrong
to
to
the
a
distant
Psyker in all
throne
fields,
world
that's
of
right,
terror,
that's right.
to be fuel for the God Emperor of...
Yeah, I'm sorry to go back, just because I'm still on that point. Yeah, like the blanks really, really fuck up Psykers as well, right? And I think it's like the amount of blanks at one place traveling, right? So the second they appear in the system, I think it's just like, so like, it's such an anti-fucking Psyker, anti-immaterium fucking weapon, you know? And it's just like the people that they are, a weapon, quote unquote. I guess I consider blanks weapons, because they kind of are in a sense, right? But either way.
Execution, sentenced to the dreaded black ships that would make their way to the distant throne world of terror, to be fuel for the God Emperor of mankind.
Worse than death, definitely.
Or elevation into a son of Sanguinius himself. Kali was taken to Baal Secundus, the moon, home to where the angel Sanguinius had fallen from the sky, alongside dozens or even hundreds of other young aspirants from the system of Baal. The trials had begun. A place at the side of the Angels of Blood was earned. Through an enormous desert, Kali and the other aspirants trekked. Many would never return, either starving to death, attacked by spine-chilling fire scorpions, or swallowed by the deceptive thirst-water oases. With their stomachs in pain from thirst,
got red scorpions,
and hair caked in dirt, the survivors arrived at the place of challenge. Gladiatorial trials began. Young aspirants fought until only the strongest remained. Death.
I'm pretty sure when we checked out, what was it, Dante's video, we kind of got like a look into like actually this exact trial, so it's very cool to like actually kind of see it again. It's not as in-depth as the Dante one, like, you know, like the travel, getting there, all that, and that's kind of understandable. Like, Dante is a pretty fucking, you know, Dante is pretty important, right? I feel like certain characters, and that's the thing, too, that you have to appreciate. Certain characters definitely do have a lot more lore on them than others, I'm sure, so to be able to put that together in a convenient kind of way, like digestible way, I think Amber King does a great job at that, I have to say. Give him props for that.
Young aspirants fought until only the strongest remained. Death, now not something they avoided, but dealt in their very hands. In vigil, Kali and the survivors were forced to stay awake for 72 hours without rest. For
Yeah,
those
this
who
test is
failed,
brutal.
An unspeakable fate awaited. With the weakness
Even
of their
getting
bodies
there is
cold,
fucking insane.
Kali and the survivors proving their strength, their will to survive. As the tribals of Baal, they were used to a harsh life, but what came next would test their soul. A chalice, said to contain a portion of the angel's very own blood.
The
Kali
chalice.
partook of the divinity, his own blood mixing with that of a legend. The earth-shattering importance not lost upon him. And then, for a boy who had only known vast deserts, open air and freedom, he was placed inside a cold, claustrophobic sarcophagus. All that Kali had endured, everything that he was, everything that he had done, would be the actions of a mortal, entering into a sleep so utterly deep, it was as if he was dead. Kali lay there for an entire year, and if he emerged, he would be something new.
Interesting.
Something greater. A son of Sanguinius, a blood angel.
Very crazy, like that's like what they have to do to even join like the Blood Angels. Like you literally got to go drink some of Sanguinius's fucking juice, you know, some of his blood. And then from there, right, you're going to literally go into a fucking hibernation phase for a year, from which you may or may not wake up. Straight up, that's like your like bottom line, you know? Like that's like already what you have to do to like get there. And like you have to get there to begin with, right? Like even getting to the fortress to initiate and partake in this is a challenge, right? So then you get the opportunity to do so. You could just fucking have a hemorrhage on the ground and die immediately. It's like, oh my god, you know? Fuck.
A son of Sanguinius, a blood angel.
Kind of tame compared to some other chapters. It is, but it just means like instant death right away. Yes or no. It's just like one of those where it's like, fuck.
Rave at close of day. Rage against the dying of the light. The wise men at their end know dark is right, because their words had fought no lightning. They do not go gentle into that good night. Good men, the last wave by, crying how bright their frail deeds might have danced in a green bay. Rage against the dying of the light. Screams and chants could be heard from the aspirants in their sarcophagi. What was coursing through their minds were visions, glimpses of the life of a demigod, the nobility and the darkness, blossoming for months. Many would not survive, driven mad or ripped apart from the inside as the blood of a demigod failed to mix with their nature, raging against the dying of their own light. But Kali did not go gently into that good night.
I wonder if blood type has anything to do with it at all.
His soul tested.
Do you guys think that could be the case? Does blood type have anything to do with it at all? And if so, do you think it's just the case of like, they just haven't figured that out, you know, and the Mechanicus just haven't deemed that a worthy fucking investment of their time, or the Imperium as a whole, to figure out what fucking blood type means? So it's just the case of they're just mixing like incompatible blood types. I know it's a lot more fucking like convoluted and complex than that, of course. Just kind of funny to me to think like, oh yeah, like, you know, they're just getting shot up with like Oneg when they're like, you know, a pause or something like that. It's like, holy shit.
Night, as he tussled and fought, his soul tested. Even
I know it's a lot more complex than that, but I just figure that's how it like
gifted,
would be times 1,000.
Survived. Upon his reawakening, he found no comfort.
Do they know what blood type is? Okay,
all the
that's
others
good.
were laid down upon a cold steel table. Incense and chants filled the room. A sacred gene seed, created from the DNA of Sanguinius himself, was brought forward. Kali was cut open. New organs were surgically attached to his growing frame.
I guess Imperium medical tech is insane. It's insane in some aspects, but very, very fucking primitive in others, I feel like, right? They definitely, like, I feel like the Imperium, when I look at the Imperium's, like, medical technology, I feel like it's like a fucking, like, Civ tree, like a Civ tech tree, you know? Like, they definitely went down, like, the top side and not the bottom, you know? They didn't balance it out. They went all the way in one end, but they fucking, like, they really skimped out on some other techs, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of how I, like, view it in a way, right? Because they have a lot of shit, but then, like, anesthesia, what's that? You know what I mean? Like, shit like that. It's like, it's kind of like crazy, you know, in a way. Hey, Catherine, how you doing? Your body could rebel against the Astartes gene seed for any reason. Roll of the dice. Yeah, that's true too. That's true. I know it has nothing to do with blood type. I was just like taking the piss on that one, but yeah, no, it's definitely one of those challenges where it's like fuck right away, right? And I guess the Blood Angels too, are they like really the only chapter that I guess kind of gets the gene seed in it? Well, they don't get the gene seed that way. So they still get the gene seed implanted into them, right? Because I think that's just what needs to happen. And so is the blood kind of like an extra step in that? Or what exactly, or does that like, you know, engage the gene seed, like prime it in a sense? How exactly does that work if somebody notes a little bit better? Because like genuinely, like that's actually, you know, I just wonder, right? Because I know like the gene seed itself has to be implanted. We've checked out videos about that, and that's like kind of like a medical procedure that they kind of have to undergo. But then this seems kind of like more like an honorary culture thing, but also seems like it has a purpose in the greater whole as well of the transformation, right? And maybe it's purely just to test like mental fortitude. You know, we hear a lot of like Space Marines losing their mind here. Perhaps that's it, if I had to assume. That's my guess, right? Gene seed is the main organ that allows other Astartes organs to grow and work properly. I know that. And that has to be implanted via like a medical procedure, right? But then what is the effect of drinking like Sanguinius's blood outside of, I guess, like mental fortitude, right? Being tested, reliving kind of like his memories in a way. Does it actually physically like conduct a change, like test you in a way, or is it purely just like a mental kind of like body shutdown? Does your body accept it? Kind of not. Are you good enough? Kind of test, you know. You'll see. Okay, no spoilers. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Sanguinius himself was brought forward. Kali was cut open. New organs were surgically attached to his growing frame. Chemical stimulants flooded his veins. It would be a pain that tests the very limit of human endurance. Perhaps he was afraid, or excited, or both. What emerged from the process was someone new. Kali was dead. What now stood, elevated beyond a mortal man, was Calisterius, of the Blood Angels chapter. He was stronger, faster. His ability to tap into the realm of madness, the warp, had been increased exponentially. Assembled in front of men who had once been figures of myth, who were now his brothers, Calisterius again had his world changed. The Imperium of Man. Humanity was larger than the tribal existence he had known. Over 1 million worlds.
Yeah, imagine not even knowing that, dude.
Upon billions.
Shit.
Worlds and peoples, so vastly different and yet similar. Garden worlds, manufacturing planets, all the way to great hive cities.
They entered into a dark stream? Oh shit.
Overwhelming. And then came a truth.
Guess, yeah, no, if you don't know what 40k is and you're new to it, I mean, shit. This is quite the place to start, I guess. But yeah, 40k is pretty dark. It's a pretty dark environment, I will say. Yeah, overall.
The information must have been overwhelming, and then came a truth that captured his soul. Sanguinius, the true Sanguinius, the angel who fell from the sky, the one who saved them from the mutant hordes of the wastes, the son of the emperor of mankind. Beauty.
Gotta say, that illustration is amazing. Honor, I do really like that one.
With angel wings that soared above the skies of these harsh worlds.
Yeah, fucking the traitor in the corner here.
Their people to the stars. They had purged the mutant and Xenos filth that infested the galaxy. A man who gave his life for the Imperium, murdered at the hands of that vile traitor Horus. But most importantly, Sanguinius...
Cat has joined us a few times before. Oh, I remember.
The dying of the light.
The Skyrim streams, if I recall.
Of humanity, the primordial fire of the species the galaxy would always try to snuff out. Sanguinius was the best of them. His blood,
or has it been in the 40k streams as well?
Veins,
sorry, we got a lot of new people.
It was his duty to live up to the example and teachings of the great angel. It was a reverence to an ideal that weaved its way into every fibre of the great fortress monasteries and fortifications of the chapter, all the way from the architecture, the statues, the ancient tapestries that spoke of heroes of the bloodline. Callisterius had not known music as a child. The closest that the tribes of Baal Primus came to orchestration were war drums and pyre dirges. It was only when he had passed the trials of the Blood Angels and he had become a son of Sanguinius that young Callisterius had learnt of instruments.
I was gonna say, like, largely like in a tribal environment like that. Again, these people really don't have much. I'm sure like most rough tools that they would be able to scavenge, right? Not much wood, probably a lot of like scrap metal type of shit from a fallen civilization, right, in a sense. So no wood, right? No ability to grow shit, which means like, yeah, you got like, really, I guess percussion instruments might be like your only way to make music, but otherwise, like, you're not gonna like fashion together like a lute, or you're not gonna like make like a horn, or, you know, you're not gonna be able to like fashion together anything else that can make sound in that way, right? At least complex, right? Especially if it's a tribal sort of state and you don't really have advanced metalworking, you're not going to be able to shape any of that, right? You kind of just have what you have, and maybe you make a spear out of it to go hunt an animal, and that's kind of like, you know, your extent of it, right? Like, I don't know. Very, 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 very interesting, right? Like, not knowing what music is, not knowing what the Imperium is in the modern 40k universe. Like, there's still just worlds out there, and like even the home world of like a Primarch that just don't know what the fuck is going on. Just the people on just don't know. They're tribal, you know? It's crazy. Irradiated Badlands, yeah. It's kind of like Borderlands, but like there is genuinely nothing instead. Like, I don't even know if they have like, I'm sure there are some factions out there that must have like simplistic weapons, maybe more advanced weapons, like firearms and the like, but I think largely it's probably like a lower level of tech here for sure. Maybe I'm wrong, but tons of worlds like that. Yeah.
Sanguinius, that young Callisterius had learnt of instruments, to have never even heard
feudal and
music,
feral worlds. That's right.
A fate that we could never imagine. To be a son of Sanguinius was to become a force of nature upon the field of battle, unyielding fury that would crush the enemies of the
Death
Imperium.
Worlds.
The training was as brutal as the deserts, martial combat, firearms, and for Callisterius,
I guess those could all be
expansion
different
of his
classes,
psychic
right? Technically.
abilities. He was a weapon as a blood angel, but a force of nature as a being connected so intimately to the warp. Like a whetstone to a sword, knowledge was a sharpening for those of the Librarius. They were as much scholars as soldiers. Whispers from the warp often haunted Callisterius. Offers of power and grandeur, lies and manipulation he had to fight every day.
Goddamn.
Something he took under the guidance of Epistolary Gaius Racilus, a stern figure whose stares of disappointment
Holy
showed
shit.
even the bravest recruits. For Callisterius and those of the Librarius, it was almost a chapter within a chapter. The Librarian was an order of secrets that even the deeply respected and revered ancient chapter master, hero of the Imperium, Dante, needed permission to enter their most inner sanctums.
Wow.
The librarian's road was difficult.
They took that
Their
shit very
power
seriously.
was a necessary tool that had to be kept in check. Their brother legionaries at any time had to be ready to slaughter them in case they lost control, and their mind melted with the truths not fit for a mortal. Yet to Calisterius, he found friendship, even amongst his non-psychic vassal brothers. Gaius Racilus.
Just posted a pic of Calisterius.
Friendship something Calisterius earned.
Mephiston
as the
before his
decades
great learning,
began to
before
pass.
Armageddon. Okay.
The apothecary Albinus. And
Hold on, let's see real quick here. You said you posted that? I'm actually kind of interested in that. Is that in the art and illustrations? Where did you post that, Andrew? Whereabouts did you post that? Unless I'm blind. I could be blind. Oh, the models section. Models. Oh, I got you. I got you. It's actual model. Okay. I got you. Say less. Say less. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, shit. Do you mind if I show that off? Do you mind if we take a look at that? Here, look at that. That looks pretty sick, eh? Holy shit. So that's what he looked like before like his change. God damn. That's a cool looking model, man. Wow. It's good shit.
as the decades began to pass, the apothecary Albinus and his battle
I did it. I figure you don't mind. I figure you don't mind.
He had considered his closest, his confidants in this never-ending war. Calisterius was liked by his brothers. His zeal, his easy nature, and charisma were a welcome sight amongst the war and the stars. Calisterius over the decades left
very good paint job on that. That was
the
sick looking.
Angels of Death was out there in the Imperium, disgusting Xenos, rebelling human colonies, and worst of all, demons fell under the might of Calisterius. Years and years of unending war that tested his abilities, refining them to the experience of a veteran. He had earned a reputation, one that was respected enough to see him requested to aid the glorious elite First Company on the infamous Space Hulk, the Sin of Damnation.
That's a
Stalking
baller
through
name.
the
What the
damp,
fuck?
claustrophobic conditions of the enormous wreck, Calisterius was brought to the reason he was here for. An ancient blood angel brother, wounded, barely alive, and in a sleep he would never wake from.
What the
Calisterius was given the task of delving into his battle brother's mind. Vespario was his name, his survival and story locked underneath a broken mind, clouded by rage and hate, something that began to bleed into Calisterius. But he did not let up.
I'm curious. Is this is this a just a regular space marine? I just want to go back a little bit here. An ancient blood angel. When he says ancient blood angel brother, that makes me think like maybe it's a dreadnought or something like that, or like, you know, just to that degree maybe, or is this just a regular space marine, maybe in like locked in stasis or some degree like that? Somebody let me know, because this is a space Hulk, right? Or perhaps it entered the warp and came out and now he's just lost his fucking mind, right? Because like time in the warp is obviously fucking very funky. It can go forward, backwards, whatever have you. You know, time passes very weirdly, you know, so that kind of thing. So who knows, right? This mission into a space Hulk is where that model is from. They found a dead captain corpse sat on his throne in a lost ship. Damn, dude. That's actually pretty sick, like, knowing that. That's how he looked exactly doing this. That's pretty cool.
Lie.
We're just gonna go forward a little bit, because there we go.
Was his name. His survival and story locked underneath a broken mind, clouded by rage and hate. Something that began to bleed into Calisterius. But he did not let
Dante
up.
would be considered
Some
ancient?
truth
Oh,
was locked
okay.
within,
Okay.
A truth that
Ancient
had
to them,
Callisterius
I
put
see.
his reputation on the line. For as his brothers were itching to retreat, deeper and deeper into Vespario he delved until he found the truth. Gene Stealers. Vespario had locked himself away, surviving long enough to pass on a truth to his brother centuries later. Calistarius, with Vespario's wisdom, led his brothers to an abomination. A Gene Stealer Navigator hybrid, a threat
Holy
to
shit.
all of the Imperium. The Lexicanium and First Company annihilated the Xenos filth. A victory at the hands of the bravery of Calistarius.
First Company got involved. I like
Never
that.
before had he used so much of his power.
Wow.
A deep fatigue settled within him. But most frightening of all, Vespario's mind had been warped by a curse known to those of the blood. Calistarius.
I have to say too, very interesting watching the Invicta video, the true size of that series, the true size of a chapter, right? So like, you know, when I hear like First Company now, I kind of like actually have an idea of like what First Company would actually like consist of, what it would look like, and the fucking absolute like ballers that would be like fucking deployed in that case. And it's just like, dude, when you hear First Company getting deployed, it's like, oh my god, like they're here to actually just stomp shit. Like they're not going to be, you know, like it's a cleansing at this point, basically.
Warped by a curse known to those of the blood. Calistarius had linked his minds too deeply.
The big
with
boys,
one
that's right,
affected
yeah.
by
The Chads of the company.
rage.
Or the company, the chapter, I should say, not the company. Yeah.
Baal Secundus, the fortress monastery of the Blood Angels. Black armor emerged from black stone. Shadow
First
from
Company have
shadow.
Terminator
The
plate, yeah.
skull-faced helmet nodded to Calistarius.
Yeah, they're the big
Brother
fuckers, man.
librarian.
Calistarius bowed low.
Recluse.
Those are the veterans you don't
He
want
was
dying.
the first outside the tower to address Quirinus with that title. Quirinus didn't answer at
Quirinus.
first. He stood motionless, and Calistarius felt that his old friend's eyes were on an interior vista. Finally, the Reclusiarch said,
The honor is great, and a great weight.
a pause.
I wonder, can any of us truly be worthy of what we receive?
We are all unworthy of the grace of our Primarch and his great father.
Holy
We're all
shit.
flawed. It is our duty to accept that, to strive for the impossible, and to accept the roles that fate and our chapter assigned to us in the Eternal Crusade.
Cynreius wasn't
laughed.
faulted up.
It was a good
faulted at
sound.
all. He was
The
perfect.
laughter of a warrior, at one with the truth of his life.
Well spoken, brother. How very ecclesiastical of you. There are times when I think you should be walking this path with me, and not that of a librarian.
No,
Calistarius shook his head.
I am where I must be. Do not mistake my statement of fact for philosophy. Our titles are not honors. They are descriptions of who we are.
Reminds me of the stories of the old gods.
Clusiarch is not an address.
Yeah. As Andrew says there is like so many references to older stories or older like poetry or like older kind of like settings in general. A lot of like religious I guess dialogue as well in a sense, like especially if you're looking at the last church and stuff like that. There's a lot of like very similar stories, a lot of biblical stories, kind of like used intermixed in a sense as well. And it's very, very interesting to see, right? The correlation in this fictional setting into the real world setting, because they do share some similarities. Obviously, they're very different still, but you can definitely see where like the inspiration has been taken from. And it's very, very cool when you do see it, I will say. Edgar Allan Poe is a big influence on the Raven Guard Legion. Yeah, exactly. And like each legion, and I guess like chapter eventually too, but each legion in general, right? They all have like their own flavor to them, right? And I guess their own like heritage, I guess you could call it in a sense, right? And I don't just mean like their Primarch, I mean like their inspiration, how they were made, right? And it's very, very cool, right? So there's a taste kind of like for everyone out there in a sense.
Descriptions of who we are. Reclusiarch is not an address. It is your identity.
Before Armageddon. Before
I tried. That's a new person's explanation
the
of
crushing
it.
fall of the
Could probably do better, but thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that.
Enclave of the word bearers. The traitors had established a foothold in Arlesium. Their heresy was a gale blowing over the primary land mass and reaching out to infect the rest of the system and beyond. The Blood Angels came to purge them, root and branch. The Chaos Space Marines had sized the fortress city of Acastor. Callistarius stood beside Quirinus in the doorway to the Thunderhawk's cockpit. They stared ahead at the approaching outer defenses. Anti-aircraft fire sought them out. The gunship pilots flew through the barrage.
Great explanation, very
with
accurate.
deft
Appreciate that,
confidence.
Andrew. Appreciate that a
A
lot.
worthy battle lies before
Tried my
us.
best. Tried my
The
best.
Reclusiarch said. The librarian nodded. The line was something of a ritual between them. An echo of their first engagement as scouts. Many worlds and decades ago, Callistarius' response should have been,
They trained
"May
together."
we always be so blessed." Instead, he said,
Horus will rue this day.
speaking words 10,000 years out of place.
Yeah.
His tone was furious, but hollow, as if his voice was not truly his.
Oh no.
Cronus gave him a sharp look.
Yeah, so when you hear that, yeah, brother's losing his mind already. Oh shit. That's not good. Oh man. Like Horus, brother. Horus is gone. Horus has been gone, man. We're not in the right age anymore, man. Aw.
Voice was not truly his.
Poor
Cronus
guy.
gave him a sharp look.
Brother Callistarius,
He blinked.
May we always be so blessed.
He said,
Legion gave
would
you
not
Titans for how
remember
well you understand
until
all this and how
later
quickly you picked
his
it up. I
other
appreciate
words.
that, guys. I really
He
do.
would not remember until later.
Does mean a
how
lot
his
to me,
mind had
straight up.
slipped in time. Now,
I am
he
trying my
noticed
best.
Cronus's gaze.
Is something wrong?
Find it interesting,
hope
you know?
not.
The sky was black with smoke. Smoke from burning vehicles, ruined buildings, high explosives, flesh. It had been necessary to raise a castle. The word bearers had done more than occupy the fortress. They had made its population their own. There had
Of course
been
they did.
nothing to save and everything to destroy. The Blood Angels had visited the judgment of the Emperor upon the heretic and the traitor. Perhaps elsewhere, on Arlesium, there would be those who had not turned their faces away from the Emperor's light. But not here. Acastor and all within its walls had been put to the sword. The fortress itself had been shattered. Not a single wall still stood. On its plateau was now a field of rubble, from where Callistarius sat upon a pile of rockcrete. The landscape of heaped and shattered grey stretched for kilometers in every direction. Here and there, an arm emerged from the wreckage. Some hands were limp, others were splayed in perpetual pleading. Beneath the remains of the fortress were thousands of lost souls.
Oh
you
god.
seem pensive.
Quirinus said. The Reclusiarch strode towards him over the wreckage, like the triumph of faith itself.
The mutations were severe.
You mean there were many psychers?
Callistarius nodded.
You have fought many such contingents before.
Not
Interesting.
one so large.
You were tested.
Quirinus observed.
I was.
He was exhausted. He had been forced to discover the limits of his power by slamming up against them repeatedly. Quirinus removed his helmet.
The smell of burning heretic is strong.
He said, apparently changing
Smells
the
like
subject.
victory.
Better that than the stench of living heretic.
Quirinus
True.
laughed.
Well said,
It's a
brother.
pretty
He
based
looked
fucking
off at the
reply.
smoke-blurred horizon.
Now
the
tell me
fuck?
what is troubling you.
Callistarius smiled.
Do you never tire of being my confessor?
If I did, I could not admit to it.
Quirinus turned back to the librarian.
Out with it.
The heresy took root here so quickly. And it spread so quickly too. This world was a loyal one only a few years ago. I do not understand how a people can fall from faith with such ease.
That is the essence of temptation. Ease is what lies at the core of heresy. Chaos seems to demand nothing and give much. If one is weak, such a combination is impossible to resist. Faith, brother librarian, true faith, is difficult. It demands everything.
His voice suddenly took on a sharp.
I have to say that was a pretty good explanation of chaos right there. It seems to demand nothing and gives everything, right? That is actually straight up just an apt description of chaos right there. Especially with what we saw in the All the Gods Are Dead, or All Our Gods Are Dead series from Box in the Void there. That was fucking fantastic to see, but that kind of showed how quickly a potential population might join the enemy force. If they think they might live, or just because of the temptations that are around them, right? And anyone that's staunch of heart, they're getting fucking brutalized. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those where it's it seems to demand nothing, right? It literally does seem to demand nothing. Just join us. Just do it. Come on, don't be a bitch. Just fucking kill that guy, torture him, whatever, right? Do whatever you want, who cares? Who cares? Be debaucherous, drink, whatever. Be addicted, no one cares. And then and then suddenly you're a fucking monster. And then, yeah, it's very fucked up. Yeah, not without going too far into it, Nothing like the smell of burning heretics in the morning. Yeah, that was a very base line. I really like that one. Hey, Vass, how you doing? Good to see you here. Take the Kool-Aid, true. Join chaos in a heartbeat. Oh no. If I lived in the Imperium, I guess it depends. Man, I don't know. I'd say for me it would depend on what branch of fucking chaos is coming to fuck my day. Sometimes death would be preferable. I might just without any being type of way, it might just take myself out if that's the case, because it's bro, I am not getting captured in fucking I'm not getting tortured by fucking a chaos cult. It's just not happening. No. Hell no. Fuck that.
It demands everything.
Eat the babies, use your eyeballs as Julie. Exactly. Yeah, no.
Edge.
Human furniture, I'm good.
Been speaking to you.
No more than usual. Whispers, promises of infinite power, visions of becoming the ultimate defender of the Imperium.
And then its ruler.
Precisely. Have no fear, Reclusia.
There was still a novelty to using that title.
I know these lies for what they are. They have no appeal for me.
Perhaps not now. But if there is no temptation, then you have yet to be truly tested. The day may come when such power will seem necessary and justified.
Interesting.
Quirinus paused.
During the battle, the thirst and the rage, you were able to keep them in check?
Yes.
The turn of the conversation made Calisterius uneasy. He thought again of that moment on the Thunderhawk during the approach to Acastor, when two different time periods had overlapped in his consciousness.
Wow. I am not slipping away.
He reassured his old friend.
See that you don't.
Quirinus replied, with more command than confidence.
The struggle against the Black Rage is difficult, and will always grow more difficult. Remember your faith, and remember its nature. The struggle is eternal. Beware of ease, and know that its presence is always a lie.
That was really good dialogue back and forth there, not gonna lie.
The floor, the crack, underneath the noble, beautiful visage that was the sons of Sanguinius. The gene seed had changed Calisterius. Where once was the homely features of a Baalite tribal, he had been elevated. He was beautiful, changed into the likeness of Sanguinius himself. But there was a darkness in the blood, a wound that had been birthed over 10,000 years ago, something that all the scions of Sanguinius suffered. It began with the visions. Flashes of memory appeared within the sufferer's mind. They saw Sanguinius through their Primarch's eyes aboard the vengeful spirit. Images of the corrupted traitor, the infamous War Master Horus engaged in a duel against the brother that he had once loved the most. Then came the rage, the soul-haunting, hot fury that had come from a heart that had once loved, that had been betrayed so deeply it would burn the world. A battle brother taken by the black rage was a raving berserker. His throat-tearing screams that bellowed out damnation to Horus was all that was left. An honourable death in combat was all
brother,
that
they're
remained
civilians.
of once noble men.
They're in the way.
Lost to the madness.
They're all Horus.
And yet this was not the only burden they carried. The red thirst, blood, that sweet crimson awakened terrible lust within them. Their canines elongated at the prospect of the warm meal. They were gifts.
Oh, the warm meal. What that description right there, bro. What the fuck?
Son of Sanguinius resisted. It was a burden the chapters kept secret. For what would the Imperium think of their noble defenders if they saw the darkness that lay in their hearts, in their very gene code? There were ways to fight it. Callisterius had been shown them. The pursuit of music.
Worse than that makes the world eaters look tame. Fuck, bro.
All battle brothers. Some Astartes trained, some studied philosophy, but Callisterius and all the sons of Sanguinius.
When you say worse than that, is eat the babies like... Excuse me, is eat the babies like, you know, apt for them as well? Because it very much could be, you know? I start hearing like elongated canines and whatnot, and it's like, yeah, you know, if they start losing themselves, they'd probably do it. It'd probably taste delicious. I'm just saying, you know, a lot of fat on that, I suppose, you know. Oh, it's still worse. It gets even worse. Oh, okay, right. The Black Rage is a spectacle. Yeah. The vampires in space, basically. Drink the baby's blood. Oh, so it'd be like, okay, I see. You don't want to know how bad it gets? Okay. Death Company is nuts. Bro, maybe we gotta look into the Death Company. There should be some animations on what the Death Company truly is, bro. That would be some horrific shit. Like, you know, if you support the Blood Angels and the Death Company, you own one of these guys, this is what you're getting, you know? Fucking holy shit. Baby smoothie and anything, oh my god. Anything living sandwich, holy shit.
Studied philosophy.
Or teaser, okay.
The Callisterius.
Oh my god.
All the sons of Sanguinius created beauty. It was
the
a
black
calming
armor does
of the
look sick
soul,
though, true.
A light of hope against the darkness of the rage. Do not go gentle into that good night. Callisterius had to resist it, lest his very being be erased by hate. Upon the sin of damnation, Callisterius had delved into Brother Vespario's mind. It was a broken thing, stung by the effects of the Black Rage, and its taint was not something Callisterius could wash away. Reclusia Quirinus, Callisterius' friend and battle brother, had noticed the change. He had been there the day Quirinus was blessed, elevated to a chaplain, a reclusiarch, something that had brought joy to both of them as they supported each other in the burdens they carried. War and death was a life that they both knew, as for decades they fought across the Imperium, turning from aspirants to battle brothers, and then veterans, living the length of multiple lifetimes in the service of the Emperor and the Blood Angels.
Pretty base that both these guys fucking made it.
Horus will rue this day. Callisterius did not know where the words came from. Quirinus' concern grew as he began to see conflict after conflict. The once outgoing, charismatic Callisterius begin to retreat within his own thoughts. The cloud of rage was casting its shadow. Even Albinus and Gaius Racelus could see it. And then
Gaius Racelus, oh my god.
The zealous friend, whose banter kept him tied to his humanity, was lost. His ship disappearing from the light of the Imperium. Dead or lost, they did not know. An ember inside Calistarius' soul grew into a flame. The visions of the Horus heresy taking over more of his perception. They are my space marines, and they shall know no fear. The litany of the Emperor that was tested as Calistarius was losing himself.
Kind of crazy. So the Black Rage, so we're pretty early on in this, technically. We're 34 minutes in, and he's already kind of like suffering from the Black Rage here. I'm curious if he's got to survive this, right? He's got to keep going here, unless maybe he does go to Death Company, perhaps. Maybe he does, and we see it from like that perspective. But otherwise, he's got to overcome this to some degree, or at least he keeps going for quite a while, right? Because we're only 34 minutes in, and he's already suffering this affliction. No spoilers, of course, but I'm just noticing that. I'm like, God damn.
Some of us fear injury, all fear death, but most terrifying of all is to lose our memories.
Look at that, another alarm.
We are. The wise
that one
men
I heard.
at their end know dark is right, because their words had fought no lightning. They do not go gentle into that good night. He had fought it for centuries, rising through the ranks all the way to epistolary, wielding his mighty ancient four-sword Vitaris. But even with the strength of angels, Calistarius
He even has like a fucking...
all their gifts, a curse.
He even has like an artifact like weapon too. That's kind of sick as well. What the fuck? Like he's got like a named sword. Mighty ancient sword Vitarius. So what is Vitarius? I'm gonna write that down. And maybe unless that's like a class of sword, but I think that's just like a named weapon, right? What's the history of that blade? Does it have any history? Is that anything like specific? Posted some Death Company art, did you? Okay. He's slipping into the worst of the sickness. I got you. Fuck, yeah, he's losing his mind.
Calistarius fell. All their gifts, a curse.
Yeah, he fell.
Delayed. A raving, mad thing was all that was left. Gone was the cobalt blue of the librarians, replaced by the black of rage.
Need to go buy a sword and name it.
To the Death Company.
Bro, it reminds me of that quote, like, lots of people name their swords, lots of cunts. Like, what? Fuck, I love Game of Thrones so much, dude. The Hound is such a great character. Fucking, lots of people name their swords. Like, what? Fuck.
The black of rage, in the infamous markings of the Death Company. Crosses marked in crimson decorated his armor to emulate the wounds their gene father had taken from Horus. It was the only adornment he had left. Led by specialized Death Company chaplains, Calistarius and his fallen brothers were corralled onto battlefields across the Imperium, sent into the most brutal war zones. The Death Company were loosed upon the enemies of the Imperium.
Fuck.
Their chaplains doing
so
their
he does
best
go Death
with
Company.
the ancient litany chants to keep them focused on their enemies instead of each other. Whatever was left of the once beloved Calistarius was swallowed.
Fuck.
He was somewhere deep within his mind, but drowned by the black rage. Be it anger, pain, or a depressive state, many of us know the deep, deep fog that can smother the mind, a hell that feels impossible to crawl out from. Calistarius, on the world of Armageddon, found himself thrown against an orc tide. The Greenskins were a savage species, whose only directive was violence and war. Calistarius wreaked a bloody toll upon them, his plasma pistol over.
So not only was he Death Guard, but he's also on Armageddon. That's fucking very sick to know. Like, holy shit. Almost let's I'm just gonna check real quick here. Fear posted some Death Company art. So I just want to check some of that out real quick here. If it's there. Oh yeah, okay. Death Company art. Let's check some of this out real quick here. If I do do something like this, and I can expand it a little this way, maybe a little that way. There we go. know if you guys can see that, but that looks pretty fucking sick. There's some like a battle scene there for sure. The black armor, that looks fucking awesome. Here's a little bit closer up of it. Look at that. Mostly like close range melee, you know, don't give a fuck about their life, trying to get in there, balls deep, fucking, you know, killing Horus, right? That's the goal. They lose themselves completely. This looks fucking really cool. I like this. Holy shit. I don't know who made that one or where that one's from, but this looks pretty vibey. That black and white going on there, the red accent, that looks really good. Really, really like that one, I have to say. Those are cool pictures, man. Cool illustrations. Thank you for sending those over, Fear. Holy shit. Let's keep going, though. I want to see what happens on Armageddon, man.
A bloody toll upon them. His plasma pistol overheated, his sword wet with alien blood, and his psychic
This is the
attacks
second war of
mixed with
Armageddon?
the vitriol of the black rage fuel. The battles had been endless, until finally, Callisterius and the surviving Death Company joined the final assault upon the Ecclesiorium. In the enormous Hades Hive city, it was akin to death itself, the vision of a warrior clad in midnight black, with a face once beautiful, contorted with hate, the heat of rage and fire around him, reaving orcs with every swing.
The Bible is a big 40k inspiration.
His armor was dented and
I was gonna say a very good, if you're looking for like a Bible inspired like 40k story, again, go watch the Last Church, right? I did a reaction to that as well. The Last Church is fucking, man, I think about that quite a bit, you know. I actually do want to rewatch that again soon, because man, it's honestly such a great story. The animated one on YouTube is fantastic. There is some slight changes from like the actual like lore accurate version, like some of the names are changed or whatever, but it doesn't take away from the story, and it's not like a big change or anything like that, but fucking still fantastic. I definitely recommend checking that out if you want like kind of like a biblical kind of inspiration, like kind of like the religious perspective, you know, mixed with like the 40k setting, you know, to kind of see like their perspective on it. I know I don't want to spoil anything about it, but it's a great one, and like for lore reasons too, it's also a great story. So recommend that a lot.
orcs with every
Very beloved by the community. Oh, it absolutely
part
is.
Of his
Yeah.
armor was dented.
Great story.
And cut. His wounds poured blood.
Was a book
but
originally,
still he
then
fought
turned into an animated
and on
format as well.
Until the Ecclesiorium building collapsed. Callisterius and the orcs were crushed underneath a mountain of rubble. But still, he lived, immobile, in the dark, alone with his rage. The days
Last Church is from the 30k
as
timeline.
one
Yeah,
little
last
spark of
the Last Church. Yes, the Last Church is from thousands of years before this, right? We're in the modern 40k setting in this video. Yeah, Last Church is from like the 30k setting, even technically before, right? Yeah. So yeah, keep that in mind too. Long time ago.
With his rage, the days passed as what little spark of
it's the foundation for where we're at now, basically, as a setting, right?
The once cloud of the black rage began to change within. A metamorphosis had begun. For several days and nights, this scion of Sanguinius fought against the curse. Handful by handful, inch by inch, he began to climb. And like a man emerging from the allegorical cave, looking into the light, his eyes adjusted. Someone new emerged from the rubble. The black rage had been conquered, but Callisterius had not survived. The creature, this man, was Mephiston.
Oh. So is he like is he like a different person in a sense now? Is this like some schizophrenia going on? Not to, I don't know like the exact, no offense to anyone, but some like mind altering like illness in a sense. He woke up from it in a sense, I guess like bipolar times 1,000, like whoever played like the game, what was it? The Lost game, based off the show, right? It was a Lost video game for the Xbox 360, and the dude has like fucking amnesia, you know what I'm saying? And he like most of the game, it's like kind of like regaining your memories. Is it kind of like an amnestic kind of like issue that he has going on? Like, how exactly would this work, or is he just gone? You know, he's wiped clean. You know, essentially new person entirely. This part confuses even me. Yeah.
Wild men who caught and sang the sun in flight, and learn, too late they grieved it on its
50k
way.
greater than 40.
Do
Oh
not
shit.
go gentle into that good night. Grave men near death, who see with blinding sight, blind eyes could blaze like meteors and be gay.
Whoa.
Rage against the dying of the light. And you,
He said gay, guys.
my
He said
father,
it.
there
Sorry.
on the sad height, curse, bless me now with your fierce tears, I pray. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage against the dying of the light.
An angel rose, surrounded by fire and rubble. He was dead, but reborn, ancient but new. Immediately he was set upon
Ancient
by
but
the
new.
greenskins, but they were cut down in an instant. It was dispassionate. The rage was gone. It was outside of him, a fuel rather than a sickness. This new being wanted to return to his brothers, but the curiosity to test this new form won out. He flung himself at the Xenos.
Really?
Columns of brilliant lightning and ferocious fire ripped through their horde,
What the
drowning
fuck?
out their bellows. Psychic wings sprouted from his back, began to
What
soar
the fuck?
above Hades'
Psychic
hive,
wings?
until the voice
Above
entered his
Hades'
mind.
hive? Oh my
No,
god.
Stop. Mephiston tapped into the pool of rage.
Somewhere
and rode
Yarrick is
down
over there,
toward-
just like fucking looking up, like, holy fuck shit, like, what's going on? Looks like the battle's being won over yonder. Like, what the fuck? Bro, what? That's fucking insane. Psychic wings? Bro, this guy is actually just embodying fucking the Primarch right now. What the fuck is this? This seems extremely based. What the fuck?
towards the source, a figure who dared to enter his mind. He struck out.
Some blood
knocking
angels can
down
manifest
his
wings. I
enemy,
didn't know that.
only
That's
to
kind of
hear
nuts.
a voice call out, Calisterius. It was Racilus, his friend, his
It was
mentor,
racist.
shielding himself, lying against a winged shrine with a halo of thorns. Before this ancient librarian stood a figure in ruined black armor, covered in viscera. His once handsome features had been replaced by a pale, ghoulish visage. His
Holy shit.
aura, his power was enormous, like standing next to an inferno. This thing made Raceless's skin crawl. It was Calisterius,
Bro.
but the man answered
The captions are killing me with that guy's name. How do you actually spell his name? Is it like... Because it definitely isn't spelled like that, right? It can't be, right? It can't just be me. Like 100%, right? Like, because I don't want to mispronounce it. Like, because he's like his mentor, right? In a sense. Brown must be thinking, what the fuck is going on? Who is this guy? Gotcha. Calsarius? No, I know Calsarius, but I mean like his mentor's name. Like, Rassilist? I need to hear it again.
like standing next to an inferno. This thing made Raceless's skin
Racelesses? They keep changing the spelling, I notice. It's not they, it's the fucking the YouTube like closed captions, right? So sometimes, especially depending on like accent, right? Like it just doesn't pick up what you're saying, or it misinterprets what you're saying. Even with my, thick-blooded Canadian accent, which I don't really fucking have, I'll be completely honest with you. People have a lot worse accents than myself, but even with some of the shit I say, sometimes it gets confused, which is kind of hilarious, I think. So, yeah. Rastlin? Yeah, I can't... I'm curious the spelling of it exactly. I'm just gonna I'm gonna type down what you put there, Alter Vas, because that makes sense to me. Rastlin? Yeah, that makes sense. That's the closest I can get right now.
It was Calisterius, But the man answered him back that Calisterius is dead. It was clear to Racis's eyes and his psychic probing that there was truth to those words. He asked him then, "Who are you?" A name was burned across his soul. An identity, a path that brought him back. It was a guiding light. It was Mephiston.
Oh.
Racilis looked deeper within this Mephiston. The last he had seen of him
Holy shit.
was Calisterius, lost to the black rage. But this Mephiston was calm and sane. He had come back from the black rage, the first
Truly.
to do so in Blood Angel's history.
This is-
Racilis told him
Oh,
that
wow, really?
Calisterius was not dead. He could see him within. He saw this new power, and he saw the curse of the chapter gone. Whatever this power is, it must be tethered, tied to something human. You must remember yourself. Placing his hand upon his once mentor.
I didn't realize either he's the first to survive the Black Rage, which is fucking kind of nuts. Also, yeah, like I'm getting like really, really strong. For those of you who've played New Vegas or seen my playthrough of New Vegas, fucking go watch that if you haven't. It's kind of like the fucking Dead Money, like god / like dog vibes. You know what I'm saying? Like that split personality. It very much seems like what it is. Like you know, in this case, like he got fucked up. Like I'm assuming endured some type of trauma here because he got buried to some degree, right? But fucking like, yeah, he wakes up, and in the case of like New Vegas, it's like a trigger word, right? Activates this split personality. I wonder if that's the case with Mephiston here, or if he's just Mephiston now. Like that's just who he is, you know? And I wonder what this means, like if he can succumb to the rage again potentially, or if this is like a, you know, he got over it and now he's fucking he's prime, you know. This is what an angel looks like if you fucking survive it, you know. If you come back from it, you're just fucking goated, you know. Hard to say. He's merely reborn, no split. Okay. Racerless. Okay. Hey Troy, how you doing?
Remember yourself. Placing his hand upon his once
He just
mental shoulder.
sort of had an
Mephiston
hypothesis
promised he
in a
would.
sense. Okay.
The Lord of Death, Mephiston, had been born inside the rubble of Hades' hive. He was someone new.
Okay.
He had Calisterius' memories, but they did not feel like his own. Like he was an outsider who had watched every moment of Calisterius' life. Returning to the chapter's homeworld of Baal, Mephiston was met with superstition. No one, not a single soul had ever come back from the Black
Yeah, that would be
Rage.
pretty sus, I'm not gonna lie.
Examined by Astorath the Grim, the High Chaplain of the Blood Angels, the man tasked with eliminating those who had fallen too deep to the Black Rage. He let Mephiston live. Mephiston was not lost to the Black Rage.
Yeah.
He had conquered it.
Well, that's the thing. That's like kind of like tricking your psychiatrist or some shit, is it not? In a way, I've conquered the Black Rage. You know, he comes back and he's like saying, all I can think of is like at the start of like Terminator 2, where it's like fucking like Sarah Connor's like in the mental institution, and like she's like, I'm fine, and then he like declines her fucking like leave, and she just instantly fucking goes for him, like, you son of a bitch, like, you know, I'll fucking kill you. I just imagine, like, I know, like, in this case, he probably has conquered it, but it's just funny to me thinking about that.
Lost to the Black Rage. He had conquered it. For a moment, that should have been a sign of hope. It was met with caution. This Mephiston was changed. He
Yeah,
looked
because he's definitely not
ghoulish.
himself
His presence
still.
was unnerving. Even his accent had changed to an older form of Imperial Gothic. Even his friends Racilis and the sanguinary priest Albinus saw that this Mephiston was different. He was cold, calculating, intelligent. All humours and warmth had
When
died
Neo finally
within him.
understands and
So
becomes the one,
unlike
that's
the
pretty good,
charismatic
actually.
Calisterius they once knew.
I know the plot. I should say I know the plot of the Matrix movies, but I've never actually seen them in full. Right? Like I could kind of tell you some like major plot points, not even of like the later movies. I mostly have only seen like the Matrix 1, but I haven't even like seen the full thing. I've just seen like some clips of it, I feel like. and I know like the plot of it, right? I played what was it? There's a video game on the PC. And I played it probably when I was like 5 or 6 on like our old shitter computer. I don't even know what it was called. I know it had like 4 install discs, something like that. It was a very, very fun game. It had bullet time. It had like some very like Mad Max 1 kind of vibes to it, but it was like in like style. Well, it was like obviously a Matrix game, right? So I kind of remember like bits and pieces of like the plot, but I don't remember like I've never seen the film itself. Maybe I should check that out sometime. Honestly, maybe I should check out the Matrix sometime. If you guys want to see that on the channel, let me know. I'd totally react to the fucking Matrix, bro. That's actually a cool. Yeah, I should do that sometime.
Him so unlike the charismatic.
The game ran alongside the second film. Oh shit! Okay, I didn't know that.
The power was undeniable. He had raged against the dying of the light.
Couldn't finish the second Matrix. Is it worse?
Had not gone gentle into that good night. He had become Mephiston.
Gaius Rassalis. Thank you, chicken. Thank you.
The enemies of the Imperium cowered. His psychic powers were elevated to such a level. He was worth a dozen of his librarian battle brothers. On black, psychic wing, with veins of blood, Mephiston flew over the battlefields of numerous worlds, eliminating entire forces, challenging the vilest of foes alone. Unassisted.
What the fuck?
He had become the strongest psyker within the Adeptus Astartes, and so when the time came, after decades, he was unchallenged when he assumed the role of Chief Librarian of the Blood Angels chapter.
Kinda crazy.
Mephiston was powerful, but he did not understand it. Even as he searched for the truth of his transformation, as a member of the Librarius,
unchallenged,
he was as much
holy
a
shit.
scholar as a warrior, but he found no
Also, wait, what the
answer.
fuck? Is everyone still here? Hold on. 2 seconds. I gotta check something. My stream is doing something funky. Are we good? Is everyone still here? Because I just noticed like my view count go from like fucking like 20 to like 11 to like 1 to 0 to 11 to like 20. Like, what the fuck is going on there? I don't know if anyone else saw that shit, but like, everyone's still here. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Okay, sorry guys. Sorry, my bad.
Only
I'm just like noticing. I'm noticing that shit. Like, fucking do this. And I'm like, the fuck? Like, is it on my end? Like, has my internet gone down? Like, what's going on? Okay, we're good.
A mere few decades into the birth of Mephiston, the demon Prince Acari trapped him inside the crystal caves of Solon 5.
Pray to your machine god? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know what the fuck.
Venomous promises, power, elevation, immortality, demonhood. Claiming that Mephiston was already firmly on the path. Perhaps he was not saved from the Black Rage, but corrupted by it. He was not Calisterius, but Mephiston's twin heart still beat for Sanguinius and the Emperor. He lunged at the demon prince and throttled the life out of it. With the strength of an angel, he banished it back to the warp. Mephiston was loyal. He was a new man, a new soul. Even if he did not understand his power, or why he had earned it, it was still for the Imperium. But as the decades passed,
that's true. Why did he earn it?
And more of the chapter.
What made him special?
Mephiston.
Guess we'll find out. No spoilers. No spoilers.
Memory, known only to a handful. A sentiment dragged up as a near half a century after the Battle of Hades' Hive, the Lord of Death came into contact with the harrowing faith. Lost after the second Battle of Armageddon, the damaged Blood Angel vessel was boarded.
I have to say, I'm gonna pause right here real quick. This fucking, like, this armor just looks so fucking cool, man. Like, straight up. Like, that looks like top shit right there. I don't know. Maybe just me, like, the black accents, all those skulls, even, like, the skull mask, bro. That, like, that horned kind of, like, helm design. You don't really see like that, you know, in general. Like, you see, like, the skull mask, but, like, with the Blood Angel teardrop kind of thing, and, like, also, like, the spikes on the helm, you just don't see that shit. It looks really fucking good. I don't know. Also, the chain, bro, like, that's some drip. Like, that is straight up fucking drip on the battlefield, as far as I'm concerned.
Slaying the cursed sons of Lorgar, Mephiston and the Blood Angels pushed further and further into the vessel, until they saw him. A figure donned in black, with that uncomfortable bone-white skull helm. A chaplain, a reclusian.
Death Company chaplain? Oh, that's what Death Company chaplains look like? That's fucked.
The tension was
I was gonna say, the skull masks are usually chaplains, right?
Was Calisterius.
Sick that the Death Company has one as well.
Calisterius is dead, Mephiston told him. But
thinking about it, you'd have to be a pretty based character to be a Death Company chaplain, right? Like, you'd have to be fucking pretty big balled. Are they still sane? I'm assuming they're probably a brother that has not succumbed to the Black Rage yet, right? They'd have to be in a sense, because like otherwise, like how the fuck, you know, would like he do his duties? Otherwise, I feel like that would be pretty inhibiting, you know? So yeah, damn, that's a pretty ballsy role. Big balls on them.
What stood before Quirinus was Calisterius, but yet he was not. Calisterius is dead, Mephiston told
More or less,
him.
gotcha.
But what drew the most ire was a revelation of Mephiston's conquering of the Black Rage. It soured what should have been this joyous reunion of friends. The zealous priest inside Quirinus overpowered any sense of friendship.
Oh my god, please.
The thought of one losing the Black
turn my
Rage
phone off,
was
2 seconds.
abominable.
All the alarms are going off at inconvenient times now.
He even voiced it. But no rise came from Mephiston. Quirinus was Calisterius' friend, not his. And the unnerving, cold intelligence radiating from him made that clear to the Reclusiarch. United again, the Blood Angels' host followed the trail that Quirinus had been set on decades ago, crushing and bloodying the scattered word-bearers' resistance they met. Constantly those judgmental eyes were upon Mephiston, though now he had begun to question if this was the same superstition all his brothers had in the beginning, or was it a madness accumulated from being adrift in the warp for so long. Perhaps Quirinus had not fully survived as himself. Finding themselves upon a strange world, the Angels' host finally approached a temple, surrounded by statues of long-dead Hastatis, frozen in battle. As they flung open the gates, Quirinus and the others wept. An artifact, a painting of their magnanimous Lord Sanguinius.
Oh.
To gaze upon it, you would be breathless, tears staining your cheeks as you witnessed true beauty. All except Mephiston. His hearts were moved.
Oh my god. Mephiston's just sitting there stone cold like
rage to cry Mephiston in front of all of them, magnifying the distrust they always felt around him.
Wow.
The loneliness, the isolation, the betrayal of a friend did nothing. For he was Mephiston, and Calisterius was dead. Mephiston had been right, as the Blood Angels found themselves ambushed. Their actions in the temple fed a demonic ritual, one that birthed the monster, Doombreed. The demon Prince of Khorne tore his way onto the battlefield.
Demon Prince of Khorne, so we got some blood on blood here, you know what I'm saying? Fuck. Sorry, apologies, but yeah, no, that's kind of awesome, yeah. Khorne very much favors the Blood Angel. If I recall, like, they, you know, he wanted the Blood Angels. Like, you know, they were not supposed to, but they were very, very favored by Chaos and by Horus especially. He was just like, we really could do with getting Sanguinius on our side, and Sanguinius didn't fucking bite to that. He's like, nah. They almost got him, almost, but not quite. And they almost got him through like underhanded means, I should say, but they didn't, you know. Sanguinius was pure. Sanguinius was loyal. His legion was loyal. You know, he wasn't going to put up with that rabble. He wasn't going to openly just fucking join them. He's like, nah. Gotta head to bed, brothers? Yeah, for sure, Heike. You take care, man. You have yourself a great rest of your night, eh? Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate that, eh? Death Company chaplains aren't apothecaries, just chaplains of high rank and great faith. I got you. They basically just like complete morale, no like healing, like doctorate ability, just like, you know, completely there to keep like cohesion in the group.
An abominable
Khorne and Slaanesh wanted him so bad. Yeah, Khorne was like rock hard for him, I think. Straight up.
With rubble and lava around them, Mephiston rejected the demons'
Slaanesh too, to be fair, but
and slew the vile creature and the false artifact of Sanguinius, but it came at a cost.
Catherine, you too. You have yourself a good night. Have yourself a good night.
His once
Thank you for tuning in.
fell to the black rage. With his last hateful words, he told the Lord of Death, "I will not return. I will lose too much. I will not be a monster." He wouldn't fight it. He rejected the path Mephiston took. He wouldn't become something devoid of the righteous rage of Sanguinius.
Is that just the Balrog? I was kind of thinking that a little bit, Hobbit. Not gonna lie to you. I was like, that looks a little like the Balrog from Lord of the Rings, from all the lore videos we've been watching lately. Damn.
Watching the slumped figure of their chief librarian, the only sound came from the blood rain, splashing crimson stars across the dazzling floor. Antros was about to speak when a torrent of images flooded his mind. He saw Hades' hive again, but this time he was pinned beneath a huge weight, unable to move, despite an incredible fury pounding through his veins. It was agony, but Antros sensed that now he was seeing the truth.
It is always the same, always different,
said Mephiston in his head. Antros looked over at the chief librarian, but still he was insensate.
Always Armageddon. But each time I try to discover the meaning of my power, changing the details, searching for the truth of my birth, the truth of my nature.
Bro.
I do not understand.
Okay, just from that line alone, straight up God vibes, from Fallout, straight up, that just sounds like God. I've been searching for the truth of why I'm here. What makes me tick? What the fuck? This fool put his hand into a bear trap. Holy shit.
Truth of my nature.
I do not understand,
said Antros.
Yes, you do. Lexiconia.
Oh my God.
We have nobility in our blood. Such nobility. The blood of the angel, divinity, filling our
No split. This is just him. This is just him now, but straight up, just the way he's acting, straight up like God,
Son, and we carry his bloodline still.
Also sounds like Batman, true.
Feel it.
A little bit.
Lexiconium, the faith and the fury, the honor and the hunger burning within you, as it does in all of the angels' sons.
The dome's walls parted.
Like waking up in a body that isn't yours, yeah.
Eyes, dozens of them, all staring at him.
Apart from...
It is very much to me like a consciousness has been imbued in him in a sense, right? Very much like some, I don't know, if it's some type of external force, but it seems like another soul was put into his physical form. That's almost what it's like. But I don't know if that's possible in 40K, in that sense. If you can just replace somebody like that within their own body. Maybe the Black Rage left the person he was, vulnerable. I don't know. We're gonna have to watch. I don't want to get I don't want to misspeak. I don't know how insane that sounds, but we're gonna keep going.
Eyes, dozens of them, all staring at him.
Just makes me think possession in a way or something, but I don't know.
I have escaped the curse. The tales are true. However furious the fight,
No spoilers.
the usual hunger does not haunt me. My heart no longer pounds.
Anything is possible with the warp. True.
Terrible lusts.
Maybe.
I have escaped the doom of our chapter. I am unfettered, free to finally prove our nobility. I have the power to avert the grim fate that hangs over us. This slow, gnawing decline. This gradual death.
The eyes closed, and the walls became a featureless white once more. As the grotesque images vanished, the scenes of destruction filled Antros's mind again, showing him the ruins of Hades' hive.
Fuck.
I return here, faithful as the tide, endlessly rewriting the moment of
Hashtag remember Armageddon, am I right?
You see, I have escaped one curse, only to discover another, far crueler torment. What you saw on Thermia is an echo of that first slaughter on Hades' hive. But instead of fading, the echo grows louder with every repeat. Every
Sounds like one of the vampires in Volkir Castle from Skyrim.
Power, it becomes
A little bit, yeah.
wilder, more dangerous, more unstoppable. First, I can use it as a weapon, but the weapon becomes the wielder. And when I am myself again, I recall nothing of the excess that has driven me to. All I know is the carnage I have wrought.
The book.
So I have to say, like, right away though, like, is he talking crazy to you guys right now, or is it just me? Because, like, basically, if I came in and I just heard him like talking like, yes, I can't let it be in waste, oh my god, but the rage grows in me, but if if it keeps growing, it'd be better if I died, and it's like, then he like cuts out and he like keeps going, I'd be like, bro, you're unhinged, like, straight up, like, this guy sounds unhinged right now. This I'm sure he's all for the Imperium, right? I'm sure his heart's in the right place, but I can definitely see where like the mistrust is like coming from his brothers, right? Because it's like, holy shit, like, this guy, like, he's tweaking, exactly, like, he's straight up like, he's like fucking like twitching and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? It's like seeing, like, no offense, no shade or anything like that, but it's like seeing a crackhead on the street, right? Like, you just don't know what they're gonna do, right? They might be like fucking like weaving or like, like staring you up and down like a fucking hawk, and then next minute they're just like deacon behind a trash can or something. Like you don't know, right? Like they're all over the place. That's kind of what I feel when I'm listening to this guy talk. Like you just don't know what he's fucking gonna do. You know what I mean? It's sus. You can definitely feel that uncomfortability, like where that's coming from. I feel like. About to ask if there's any rimming tonight. Rimming, sky screaming. Oh God. Maybe. Yes, I might be doing some gaming streams tonight. We're gonna see. Let me know, guys. Actually, quick question. And feel free to say no if it's not your guys' thing. I might actually do a poll. Might actually do a poll on the YouTube channel. Excuse me there. Do you guys want to see any DayZ on the channel? If not, that's completely fine. You know, I know it's not for everybody. I want to do what people want to see, Skyrim, but I know a few of us have been playing some DayZ recently. So if you guys want to see any of that, I'd be down to stream some of that even sometime alongside like Skyrim and stuff, of course. You know, because then we'd have like 10, we'd have some of our members in here. The server we're playing on right now does not have group limits, so you guys would be more than welcome to, of course, download the mods with us and play alongside of us, of course, if you guys wanted. So up to you guys. If you guys aren't interested, let me know. I'll probably hold a poll on the channel. That's not to say we're going to stop doing Skyrim or anything like that. Just, you know, if Tent's around and, you know, we're playing something or something like that, you know, yeah, might do that. I'd be joining you, so I wouldn't be watching. Of course, Hobbit, of course. DayZ. Yeah, sometimes. We don't play vanilla because I agree, vanilla servers on DayZ are ass. But if it is a thing, let me know. If not, that's completely fine too. I'll hold the poll on the channel. Otherwise, yeah, might be doing some more Skyrim tonight. We'll see.
Of the elegant, beautiful, filigreed plinth.
Again, I want to get that done so we can move on to some Mass Effect potentially.
Locked shut with a metal clasp. Its cover bore no title, but it was embossed with a winged blood drop, picked out in gold leaf. Next to the book was a quill and an inkstand.
I record everything, every word and deed that drives the chief librarian to the brink, and at the moment I feel him straining at the bonds of sanity.
He nodded to the bloody syringe lying on the floor.
I bring him back.
Then you do have control,
said Antros, looking at the empty syringe. Mephiston shook his head.
Each time, it is harder to hear Gaius call.
He leaned forward in his chair, his eyes shifting color to match the sapphire gleam in Mass eyes.
Oh God.
I give vent to all the power I have within me. There is nothing that could bring me back. So I chain myself like a dog, always holding myself back.
Literally.
He began pacing around the chamber.
It is like God/dog, but it's one guy.
The angel to deny
but even he's saying that.
And wrong. I must find a way to unleash his full might. I have held it at bay so long that it is starting to devour me from within.
Holy shit, Hobbit. Appreciate that, man. Oh my God.
His eyes burning, his mask of...
Just gotta stop it right there. Big thank you to Hobbit there. 10 gifted memberships. Wow, man. Thank you. Got a lot of people back here. Wow. Fat Goat, awesome to see you. Wow, yeah. Big thank you to Hobbit for those 10 gifted memberships. We're probably gonna get spammed by the notification noise now, of course, but that's okay. Wow, guys. Give a thank you to Hobbit in the chat there. Big thank you to you, man. That's awesome to see. Thank you, man.
He stopped and faced Antros, his eyes burning, his mask of serenity forgotten.
Why would the angels show me such a great destiny, but deny me the means to embrace
it? Isn't it giving it to the people that are here? What? I don't know. That's weird.
Is this trial he has set me? Ultimate power within my grasp.
He clawed at the air, causing it to ripple and boil.
And I cannot use it.
Roll of the dice is a gesture what matters. Yeah, true.
Into the middle distance.
Still, though, we appreciate it. And there are a few people here.
I have heard the same summons that haunts Zin. Someone is calling me to Divinus Prime. Something is waiting for me there. Something that will give me the answer. Something Zin thinks I am blind to. But until now, I could not give it. a name.
Fuck. That notification noise. Shit. Apologies. When I turned it on initially, I thought it only happened once, not every time it happened. It's my bad.
I do not know how this hunger might grow. This I know. I hold darkness in my hands. It is mine, and this is my vow. It is and shall always be the darkness of holy extermination. For the glory of the Blood Angels. For the Emperor.
Didn't pray to Ronald, true.
The Lord of Death, a psyker of unrivaled power within the Adeptus Astartes.
Don't like Twitch, but at least you can give it to people directly. I've been thinking about multi-streaming on Twitch. It's just the way that I'm currently streaming. I'm doing it with Streamlabs. To multi-stream, unfortunately, I think you do need to pay to do that. And there's just kind of like a thing of I did initially when I started like streaming, doing YouTube in general. I did initially stream on Twitch, but it's a lot harder to get a viewership on Twitch when you're getting started. So I just kind of like, you know, I started uploading videos on YouTube, and then once I kind of got a following here, I just decided to stream on YouTube as well, because why not, right? And then I already have everything set up. And for the case of me, right, too, like it's the case of like, right now, I'd be open to multi-streaming, but I would never just go on Twitch. Too many ads. Personally, and maybe I'm just a fucking boomer-minded, but the UI to like handle, to set up, it's a lot harder for me. YouTube, it's very, very simplistic to just get a stream going, set it up, and like have it be your way. On Twitch, I just feel like I'm a fucking idiot and I don't know what I'm doing a little bit. I have to look up some tutorials on it for sure. But that's just my opinions on it. Also, it's the case too of like, I wouldn't be, and this is no salt to you guys, but this is complete utter honesty. You know, I'm not monetized obviously on Twitch. I am here, so at least for myself, right? I would be getting some type of earnings versus like nothing at all, right? So I would be down to multi-stream, and then obviously the video is on YouTube for anybody to watch later down the line, of course, as always. And that's another thing too, like if I was to stream on Twitch, the VOD, it only gets saved for like 7 days. So like anybody in the future, right, unless I re-upload it to YouTube, you know, you just can't see the VOD. It'll be deleted after 7 days. So YouTube is very, very convenient, where you do the stream and it just automatically, it's on your channel and it's always there. You know what I'm saying? It's so much more convenient, I think, for these types of videos, right? That's just my personal opinion on it. You know, that's just me. Pleased you came to YouTube. I never used Twitch. Yeah, I've always had mixed feelings about Twitch personally. You know, I know the earning potential there is more, but for me, right, I'm not really looking at it through earning potential. I'm looking at it through community based more than anything, right? And I think YouTube, you can grow a community much better in a sense. Maybe that's just me biased, because you know, I've been able to grow a really good community. I'm really happy, you know, with the with all you guys, you know, with how everything's gone for me in terms of like the growth of the channel. You know, I really couldn't ask for more. It's been amazing, and support from you guys has been amazing. And I feel like you just don't really get that on Twitch. I feel like you don't get that interaction. You know, you don't have the comment section, you don't have the recommendations. You know, I feel like you really don't get that interaction nearly as good as you do on YouTube. And that's mostly what I'm here for more than anything else, right? Is the interaction with you guys, right? You do get the interaction like on video, on live streams, obviously, but like the comment section, I feel like is such a big part, and not having that is just like, it's sad, you know what I mean? It's missing out. So it's, you know, that's just it. Scent is milking us, bro. I'm not milking you. What the fuck? If I was milking you, bro, I could turn manual ad slots on and listen, brother. There could be one every 60 seconds. You know what I'm saying? But no, that's of course not it. That's not what I'm about. Usually, I just let YouTube handle all the fucking ads. You know, it has like an automatic thing. It deems whatever's best, and it just kind of goes from there and does it. You know, I'm not trying to fucking ham fist you guys like 30 fucking ads in a video. If ever there's a point where like YouTube is doing that, by the way, let me know, because I will like start manually doing it, because I'm not trying to have you guys fucking see like, you know, like 60 fucking ads in like a 40-minute video or something like that, because I understand that's completely outrageous. You know what I'm saying? So if that is ever happening, let me know, and I will certainly look into that for sure. I'll look into that to the extent that I can, at least.
A a cycle of
Think if you're a professional milker? Oh, God. Bro.
Yet after nearly a century of war, he was
Not to get too
no
off
closer
topic
to
there.
understanding his power. It was something feared, a path that had cost him the Black Rage, something viewed as the righteous fury of Sanguinius, their gene father, their great angel. His once friend Quirinus let himself fall to the rage, unwilling to fight it, unwilling to become what Mephiston was. But to Mephiston, even if he did not understand his power, he knew in his heart that it was righteous. It was born of Sanguinius.
Righteous
It had to be.
power.
The duties of the chief librarian continued. Counselor on the Etheric to Chapter Master Dante.
See, I don't know if
the greatest
Sanguinius had a
weapon
hand in
within
this.
the Blood Angels chapter. The decades had
Maybe,
passed
but maybe
to a
not.
time in the late 41st millennium. Mephiston was a figure respected, feared, and for some, revered. New blood had replenished the ranks of the chapter, ones who only knew the stories of the Lord of Death. Lexicanium Lucius Antros, a young, ambitious librarian, saw divinity where others saw a monster. An outlook put to the test.
That's a very interesting thing he just mentioned there. All the new blood coming in, they wouldn't see him with suspicion. They'd see him as like, holy shit, like a martyr almost in a sense, but he didn't die obviously, but like a role model, an example, I suppose, because it's like, holy shit, this guy had the Black Rage and he survived. Like he's what we could be, you know, he's what we could accomplish. He's what we should strive to be, versus anyone else that kind of like knew him beforehand, knew the exact change that happened within him, is like obviously still very much put off by it. But I can see how any new blood would like revere him instead of view him with suspicion. That absolutely makes sense. Yeah.
Divinity where others saw
That's a good point.
monster. An outlook put to the test upon the world of Thermia. The planet was
YouTube
falling.
Premium, baby.
The foul
True.
Xenos, the Sepulcrali, had ravaged the civilization until the surrender and evacuation had been ordered. Antros and the Blood Angels assisted the Imperial efforts to rescue the civilian population from this parasitic-like race that devoured and multiplied from their victims into a rolling, unstoppable tide.
He's
The
forklift
Sepulcrali
certified
were
for
rushing
sure.
Antros, preparing to wipe him
True.
out and his exhausted mortal defenders, until, like a blazing comet, Mephiston rocketed into them with a visage like a corpse, cold, emotionless, and shadowed. The Lord of Death began the slaughter.
Oh,
With just a wave of his hands, dozens of Xenos were burst apart.
what the
To
fuck?
witness Mephiston fight was like beholding the fury of a god. The unnerving, spine-tingling feeling when you are reminded of how fragile you really are. Mephiston felt
I imagine
nothing
when he's
besides
finger
a
snapping
zen
people
state,
apart.
which contrasted so much from his passionate brothers.
Not
Antros
people,
followed deeper
Xenos,
into the
but
Xenos'
still.
territory, seeking to find a temple that had been plaguing many of his psychic visions. Accompanied by one brave Imperial soldier, the Lexicanium found himself ambushed by a horde of Sepulcrali.
Based
Again,
Imperium
the
soldier.
Lord of Death crashed in, reaping a toll that honored his namesake, but
Holy
their
shit.
numbers kept on increasing. Finally, Antros saw emotion
This guy looks
ripple
crazy,
across
dude.
Mephiston's face, turning from a furrowed brow into a snarl.
Oh.
Mephiston began to draw from the energy within him.
People
He
also
saw
damn
the
heretics. Well,
black
true.
rage,
In
like
this
an
case,
outsider
Xenos, but
watching
people
from
too.
afar.
Don't get me wrong.
He directed it, unleashing it at his enemies, but never feeling its venomous touch. But the power kept escalating. Oily black flames started to drip from Mephiston. Flames and raw psychic power bloomed from him in a tornado of death.
Oh.
In an instant, the Sepulcrali were ash. Antros turned to his chief librarian, seeing a feral face staring back, glowing crimson eyes with razor-sharp canines, looking hungrily at the Imperials. Mephiston, in this stupor, caused the death of the mortal soldier,
What?
only brought back to sanity by the cries of Antros.
Oh, man.
Death's pallor returned to his face.
Listen, it was
Mephiston,
probably just an
in a
acceptable
look
casualty,
of
though.
alarm or shame, asked Antros to tell no one of what he saw. and strode off.
Listen, if you're just like whirlwinding around, like killing Xenos left, right, and center, like I understand, like, you know, you might lose sight of like the fucking, you know, maybe 6-foot Imperial beside you, you know? I understand, right? And you might just like have like sideswiped him accidentally and fucking like cut him apart. It's, you know, it happens, right? You know, complete secret. I kept that secret. Yeah. A mere glance. Finger click, no, not even that much effort was used. Wave of the hand, Obi-Wan to the Stormtrooper wave. Yeah, literally, he's just like, you know, instead of you will forget, it's like, and then their fucking heads just pop as he does that, you know? Like, fuck. Goddamn, dude.
Asked Andros to tell no one of what he saw, and strode off. Returning to Baal and the homeworlds, Andros was brought before the chief librarian and his own mentor Gaius Racilus into the innermost sanctums of the chapter, in halls decked with artifacts, sculptures and pieces of art.
That time I was just racist.
Ancient. Mephiston, against the advice of his friend Racilus,
I'd keep that secret. I'd keep that secret too.
Into the fold.
This guy's fucking insane.
The tales are true. However furious the fight, the usual.
You ever watch like season 2 or 3 of The Boys? It's like that.
My heart no longer pounds.
You know, where your head just fucking
lusts.
might explode.
I have escaped the doom
randomly
of our chapter.
Oops.
I am unfettered, free to finally prove our nobility. I have the power to avert the grim fate that hangs over us. Mephiston's power was hope. This I know. I hold darkness in my hands. It is mine, and this is my vow. It is, and always shall be, the darkness of holy extermination. But this hope, this power, was growing. It is the blood of Sanguinius, unbound, but he was losing himself to it. He had to control it, because if he could, then a path of salvation was open to his brothers. He was not Callisterius, but Mephiston was a man, and he cared for his brothers, his chapter. Black flames weaved its way across his arms and chest.
That's what I mean, like, he's very loyal. Like, it's, like, he's definitely giving me off, like, some psychopathic, like, sociopathic tendencies here, but he still is very loyal to the Imperium, and more so to his chapter, right? To his legion at this point. Well, the chapter at this point. He fucking loves his brothers, you know? He's seen what happened to him as a gift, right? As a way to potentially find out how to save his chapter, how to save his brothers, right? So his heart's in the right place. It's just like his psychology, very hard to know exactly what's going on in there, you know? But that being said, this guy seems incredibly fucking base. Like, he definitely seems like he can rival Primarchs. Like, when you guys said, like, he could maybe take on some Primarchs, yeah, maybe. Like, I'm looking at it now, and like, with his high level psyker abilities, with his like rebirth in a sense, his fucking like artifact blade, bro. I don't know, and he's a skilled combatant too. Like, we're talking about him cutting down fucking how many Xenos? I don't know. Sociopathic tendencies, that's all Astartes? It is. It definitely is. And that's what I mean, right? Like, it's very, very prominent with him more so than other Astartes, even though they're all sociopaths. It's like fucking, like he's more of a like he's making other Astartes feel uncomfortable with how sociopathic he is. So it's like, what does that tell you? Like, you know what I mean? Like, to me, it's like, holy shit. Like, that's fucking kind of nuts, you know? Like, I agree with you though. Yes, they all are sociopathic to some degree. Yes, 100%. Yeah, the subtitles are throwing me off too, 100%. Yeah,
black flames
they keep changing.
Its way across
saying some radical shit.
And chest, the power leaking out of him,
oh, that looks good.
Putting him in great pain. Each time he utilized his gift, he found it harder and harder to control. Only Racilus, with their bond, could bring him back. But it was getting
Robert Gorilla
harder.
Man would go down
Something
to him.
That deeply worried his ancient librarian.
See, I don't know. Like, in my opinion, I feel like Guilliman is such like a Mary Sue character. I feel like he can't die. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe that's just so like bold to say, but I feel like, bro, with the shit that he's like, the situations he's been on, and he should have been fucking out and something came out and fucking just saved the day. You know, no spoilers, but fuck, you know, I don't know. I don't know if he could die, because I feel like the fucking soul of the Emperor himself would be there to save him. Without plot armor, without plot armor, Guilliman would have fucking died 6 times over by now. Like, straight up. I'm not even trying to be that guy. He's still a Primarch, don't get me wrong. He's still physically pretty solid. But just the situations he's been in, no, bro, like, nah. No, he should be dead. His axe should be hung out to dry. I'm just saying, straight up. Plot armor has been the only thing that has saved him every time, seemingly. Not to say I hate Guilliman, but it's hard not to acknowledge that too, you know?
But it was getting harder. Something that deeply worried his ancient librarian
Guilliman would go down on him.
But hope
oh god.
had come. Something had linked Antros and his chief librarian. A link that had led to a path.
Without plot armor, a lot of characters would die. That's true, I suppose.
An artifact that could help
some more than
Mephiston
others, that's for sure.
his growing power.
Some more than others by a lot.
It was an opportunity they had to take. Divinus Prime, a world
because some characters do just die straight up.
Imperial ecclesiarchy had been lost, shrouded by the warp. Mephiston, Racilis, Antros, and a squad of blood angels, alongside the ecclesiarchal priest Zin, travelled to Divinus Prime. Using the connection to a Divinite priest, the Lord of Death had ripped through the warp. An action that had put Baal in danger, as demons of Nurgle had attempted and failed to follow him through.
Now Nurgle wants a piece.
Mephiston's force sword blazed with vermilion fire, as the group were ripped into the warp, cast upon its tides until they landed upon Divinus Prime itself. A feat only Mephiston was capable of.
He does wear the armor of fate, that's true actually.
Feeling nauseous.
That is facts.
With spikes of pain all over their bodies. But what was more shocking was the world itself. Enormous spires and fields of bone, jutted from almost every surface, all shapes and sizes.
Don't really mind the plot armor, still takes L's. See, I don't mind the plot armor too. The only problem with the plot armor, and maybe this was just maybe this is just my interpretation, you know. It's why like Guilliman isn't my like favorite Primarch. I like him, don't get me wrong, but it's why he's not my like favorite one. It's just because like, especially with like his story, I feel like it became kind of predictable in a sense. Because, like, you kind of know, like, he's not going to die. Like, you know what I mean? Like, with the plot armor that he has. Like, that's the problem, right? So for me, it was kind of like, oh, fuck, this is a really intense situation. But, like, I know he's going to come out of it, you know? And I know he's probably not going to be, like, too fucked up when he does so, you know? So for me, it wasn't, like, the case of, like, I mind the plot armor. It's just the case of, like, unfortunately, the story becomes a little bit more predictable in a sense. And so for me, that's just kind of where it was like, you know... you know, I don't hate the story, obviously. It's just like it takes it down a notch from like some of the other stories that we've heard where it's like, you know, you genuinely don't know how this is going to end up, how he's going to like change, you know, how he's going to like come out of this, you know. I just felt like with the blueberry, you know, I felt like I always knew he was going to come out of it and he was going to be okay. You know, that's just my, like, that was just my sense of it personally, you know. Maybe that's just like my like biased opinion. It probably very much is, but you know that's kind of how I saw it. You know,
every surface, all shapes and sizes, from all manner of creatures. The bones were piled up and stacked. Some even looked like trees from their interlocking vines. The group had looked to the sky and saw a menagerie of strange colours. They were isolated. Their connection to the warp felt dull.
Purdy makes me laugh. Yeah, I like Purdy as well.
Perderavo's fucking, the black he's flames a good one. Under his arm were still burning. The group pressed on, finding a
just wish his Amber King video was a little bit longer, but I understand, you know. It was an older one.
Religious civil war was ravaging the holy world of Divinus Prime, aflame with the zeal of a new, strange cult. Approaching the city of Mormotha, one of the last bastions against the forces of this new brewing cult, Mephiston needed answers and directions towards the Blade Perific. Even with this uneasy feeling Racilis and Antros were experiencing, Mephiston was nearly unfettered, his psychic minds touching another who he had known long ago. Father Orsif, the crippled ancient veteran's remaining eye lit up, and with a grin going from ear to ear, he greeted the Lord of Death. To the
another random pause here, but also another based illustration. I love these illustrations of the hive cities, bro. Whenever I see these, it's like, god damn, it just shows you like the fucking scale you're dealing with, you know? Love seeing these like illustrations of hive cities and like the civilian world of 40k, you know? It's fucking very, very cool.
Grin going from ear to ear, he greeted the Lord of Death. To the surprise of Antros, Mephiston smiled too, telling his old companion that he had heard a malicious rumor that he had retired. With great effort,
Really?
Father Orsif managed a salute.
You can't
and told
retire.
him that he kept his chainsword oiled and ready. Mephiston grabbed the shoulder of his old mortal friend. Warmth emanated from him.
That's
and he
just
told
LA.
him that he had earned
Yeah,
his
bro.
rest.
This is actually just San Francisco, unfortunately. You know, I know you can't tell the difference, but yeah, this is just LA, straight up. Yeah, yeah. Oops. California. Yeah, this is any city in California. You know.
But he had come for his mind. Mormotha and Divinus Prime had answers, and they would be his. Fire and warp madness rippled all around Mephiston, as the Blood Angels found themselves within a trap. The clues given to them by Father Orsif had led them to the enormous cathedral inside.
The only thing to make that like truly accurate is if we saw like a bunch of like tents alongside that like railway there.
Racilis and
That'd be
Antros
true
made
to
their
life.
way towards the cathedral until Mephiston fell down along the claustrophobic damp path. His power,
Just San Diego
like
and
on
LA,
Vermeer,
exactly.
began to overwhelm him. The black
Fucking Oregon,
flames
you know?
ran rampant. Pain thrummed through him as he fought back.
Or not
the
not
psychic
Oregon.
torrent
What
within.
is it? What's the place I'm thinking of? Fuck, where was Chaz like set up? Where was that place? Was that Oregon? I can't remember. I honestly can't remember. I don't know a whole lot of US states off top of my head. I know quite a few of them, but not all of them. Portland. That's it. Portland, Oregon. Yes, Portland.
Calisterius.
That's the one.
Commanded
That's the one.
Racilis, the concern evident on all of their faces.
God, Chaz. Yeah, Chaz
Again,
made me lose
the
my mind,
power
bro.
was escalating. Time was running short for Mephiston as he strained to bring himself back to center. The cathedral was host
Seattle,
to
Washington.
ravenous,
Oh, is that where it was?
zealous
Seattle,
crowds, the
Washington. Yeah.
return
Bro, I'm so sorry. Like, we'll go back 10 seconds here. But yeah, no, you guys have so many cities. Like, it's so hard to keep track of them. I know fucking Portland, Oregon is allegedly a shithole from what I hear. Chaz in Seattle. Yes, Chaz was in Seattle, Washington. That's also just like a complete shithole. San Fran is allegedly also a shithole. LA is also allegedly a shithole. New York is also allegedly a shithole, but that's like, you know, more East Coast, so it's like easier to not like know where that is. But you have so many like West Coast like places in the US where it's like, fuck, like what's going on there, you know? Like how does this happen? Like I'm not even trying to be like, you know, and I can't say anything because in Canada, man, we're fast approaching those levels. The only reason we're not to those levels here in Canada is because of our population difference. That's the only reason. Otherwise, straight up we'd be exactly the same way. Like our cities, I go to some of our major cities here in Ontario. They're fucking, you know, they're pretty nasty. You know what I'm saying? They're pretty nasty. The only difference is we have, you know, we're approaching, I guess, are we over 40 million people now due to all of our immigration? I believe so. Over 40 million people compared to like what, you're 400 million in the US, you know? So it's like you guys just like have like 10 times our populations. But if we had the same population, problems would be the exact same. I feel like absolutely the exact same. Toronto would be a fucking war zone, dude. It'd actually be such a PvP area. London, PvP area. You know what I'm saying? Hamilton, oh my god. PvP zone. Barrie, oh. Sudbury, oh, Sudbury, oh. Goddamn, you know?
was running short for Mephiston as he strained to bring himself back to center. The cathedral was host to a ravenous, zealous crowd as the return of a prophet was taking place. Cheers roared all
Toronto's
throughout
basically like that
as they
nowadays,
held
yeah.
up charms and the
Toronto's
shapes
much like New
similar
York, from
to the
how I
desired
understand it. Like, you have
blade
people pushing
horrific.
people on the train
It was in
tracks
a
and shit.
moment
Fuck.
that this joyous occasion turned to a stomach churning, migraine-filled sickness as the speaker began to transform, contorting, exploding into a vile demon. Mephiston roared down to strike at the creature as the crowd of once innocent, faithful servants of the Emperor exploded in a torrent of mist, themselves mutated into warp-spawned creatures. Gracilis, Antros, and the other Blood Angels were almost overwhelmed, having to resort to their bare hands as their weapons were clogged with meat.
Oh,
Mephiston
shit.
himself was struggling, matching the demon blow for blow, but seemingly holding back, restrained by the worry of his power going out of control. The Blood Angels were moments away from the sheer number of bodies pushing over them.
New York is quickly
amok
turning into a
inside
Rust
the
server.
city, until Mephiston
What was it? I saw this. Not to get too off topic. I know this conversation, this line of conversation, is invoking the tangent within me. The inner tangent's coming out, guys. I recently saw a documentary. It was a YouTube documentary. Some fella did. And it goes over like the actual PvP zones that are like, what is it? Is it Yonge Street in Toronto? I can't remember the exact name of the street. There's an area in Toronto where it is so fucking rampant in like its gang warfare, where it's like, you know, and like the culture surrounding the area, like a lot of these, like a lot of like gangster rap and shit like came out of there. So it's like it's popular. There's a lot of like celebrities, I guess, like also living in that area, like modern day celebrities, I guess you could call them. And it's just so interesting because I'm pretty sure it's like straight up like Crips and shit that live there. Like, no disrespect, of course, but it's like, just goddamn, you know, like the amount of crime, the criminality, like, because there are just like there's like straight up just drive-bys and shit there that happen like daily, weekly. You know what I'm saying? It's just a thing there. Like, that's just, you know, and Canada has very much a catch and release policy. You know, they very much bear down on, in my opinion, right, the legal citizens more so than they do the criminals, right? And the criminals that do get taken in, they're usually released on bail pretty quickly. There's actually a case, not to get on too much of a tangent again, there's actually a case I saw in the news, what was it, two female human traffickers, right? So they were complicit in human trafficking along with a male as well. All three were, again, no salt, but we're immigrants, right? These two females aided this male in human trafficking, and they were released on bail. He was not, but they were released on bail, and they're facing, like, I think it was like up to 10 years or something like that, which is fucking crazy. Like, how do you release people like that on bail? I don't understand, right? It's one of the reasons, like, you know, I did security for a number of years after I was in the military, did security for a number of years, did community policing for about a year. And after doing community policing for about a year here in Canada, bro, it just made me not want to be a cop anymore in Canada. Cause it's like, you know, you literally like get people arrested, you know, you put people away, and then 2 days later they're released by the cops. They're back on the street, back in the community, doing the exact same shit, stealing, breaking and entering, assault in some cases. And then the community is looking to you as a community officer, right? Why is nothing done about this? Like, you guys got them. Why? And then you're getting asked, and it's like, what can you say as like a community cop, right? What do you tell these people, right? Like, yeah, no, we had them and we had to let them go. Like, my bad, you know? Because it's like, it's not even our responsibility at that point, right? It's very much the court systems in Canada. Not to get on too much of a tangent, but it made me not want to pursue that career anymore, because it's just like, fuck, I looked at it realistically. I'm like, what's the point? What am I helping? You know what I mean? Like, if I'm putting these people away, why, you know, and then they're getting released and nothing's happening. The community is still at risk, the same amount of risk as it was prior to me doing this. You know, what's the point? And then also too, like, the amount it paid, right? Like, at the time I was getting paid $21 an hour to do that job. And, you know, you're dealing with, you know, potential firearms, potential risk to yourself. I had to break up a number of fights, deal with a number of inebriates, people on harder drugs as well. You were dealing with ODs, you were dealing with potential suicides, right? Quite a few people died while I was serving that community. You know what I'm saying? It was, I think we had about, 3 to 4 suicides, and we had about 4 to 5 ODs in a community of about 1,000 people. So it was pretty rough. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't a, you know, it wasn't a good area. So it's just one of those things where it makes you not want to pursue that career anymore. Not to get on too much of a mega tangent, but you know, I don't know. I would definitely want to still be a police officer or a cop in another nation, perhaps, in America too, because in America it actually seems like you guys take your law and order kind of seriously down there to some degree, and here in Canada it just doesn't seem like we do to the same extent. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. $26 as a correction officer, that's awful. Yeah, see, my father, he used to be a corrections officer for a number of years too, and even that, like, you know, largely was not worth it. It was just kind of what he did, but you know, and you know, it definitely made him a worse person, I think, overall too, right? Like it was a very stressful job, and you know, the likes of that, right? So it's brutal. Our system is shit too. Your system is shit, but I feel like your system at least like is grounded in reality to an extent. I feel like here in Canada we just do like insane shit constantly. Also, there's a degree of accountability in America too. Like a lot of your courtrooms are recorded. In Canada, that's not really the case. In America, you know, your police footage, your body camera footage, all of that is made publicly available. Here in Canada, that's not the case. You know, police cam footage is not publicly available. So already there's like mistrust when it comes to aspects such as that, right? You know, it's a difficult situation, right? It's a difficult situation.
Them free to run amok,
not to get too off
inside
topic, but
until Mephiston unveiled his plan. He signaled his tech marine to release the gates placed high upon the walls. Black, viscous oil poured in. If Mephiston couldn't use his power, then he would use his mind. The talks with his old friend, Father Orsef, had been fruitful.
Criminals have more support than victims. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Turning the city's own architecture against their enemies, the black sludge was ignited. Fire and warp madness rippled all around Mephiston as their enemies burned. The demon's ritual, the abominable cult's plan.
Human trafficking, 40k now, those go together perfectly. Actually, you're right. It's not even an off-topic conversation at all when you think about it. We're talking about a hive city here.
It was born, perhaps, of his own fear of himself, fear of losing control. Though it was a victory, the group had no time to rest on their laurels. Finally putting the missing pieces together for the location of the blade
penal legions, yeah.
To the mountains, Mephiston and his companions rushed as the forces of the abominable cult raced in parallel. Soaring through the air on an old storm bird, they enjoyed the calm before the storm, as it seemed that war had reached the temple where the blade Perific was held. As the Blood Angels arrived, they descended down onto the battlements, finding the guardians of the temple to be Imperial Sisters of Battle, already knee-deep in mutants and demons.
Fuck.
Mephiston, Racilis,
girls
and
get it done.
aided their allies in cleaning up
but
the
they're
field
badass, straight up.
until Mephiston's glowing sword Vitaris was slick with traitor blood. The battle began to die down until a strange figure stepped forward. His visage was that of a beautiful
Black ships
warrior,
literally traffic
one
psychers,
whose
they
very
do,
presence
yeah.
made mortals
Kidnap and traffic them, 100%.
Zarambus, one whose truth was not hidden to Mephiston. The armies of the cult had failed, smashed against the Imperium's might, and found wanting. This Zarambus began to taunt them, unleashing his vitriol and rage, his failure to his master
That looks
at the
crazy.
hands of this vile Lord of Death. He began to sow confusion in their ranks, all to buy time. The strange menagerie of colours that had haunted their journey began to convulse and distort. The ritual succeeded, and the sky began to fall. Mephiston sprung his psychic black wings and dashed towards this sorcerer.
That's the great thing about
easily
40k, it brings up real world
with the
topics. I think that's a great point. Like, there's so many things in 40k that we can correlate to in not just the modern day, but also like there's plenty of historical examples because a lot of it's based on history, right? With a lot of it being based on historical examples, religious examples, whatever have you, right? In 40k, you know, I think the cycle of human history repeats itself, so it's hard not to see those same syndromes, I guess, in modern day problems as well. So it does offer a lot of like not even speculation, but talk and interpretation about modern day settings as well, right? Like, what do we have to learn, right? I think works of fiction are great for that, especially like dystopian in a type, or in a sense, environments, worlds, environments, if you will, because it really does just show you like the human condition. Anything that like shows you the human condition, to me, that's just like this, that shit gets my rocks off, you know. Dystopian films, books, you know, I guess in this case, like grimdark sci-fi settings, that type of thing. But that's why I like shit like that, right? Like the Hunger Games, even Hunger Games is great. I don't know if you guys ever heard of, what was it called? What was the series called? I know one of the books was called Safecu or something like that. And it was kind of like the Maze Runner, but not the Maze Runner. I'm trying to think of the name of the book series. I read it years and years ago. I can't think of it right now. It's going to annoy me. Fuck. But shit that shows like the human condition, that shit really gets my rocks off. Games like Frostpunk too. If you guys want to see, I've been playing a little bit of Frostpunk recently. If you guys want to see a little bit of Frostpunk on the channel too, I'd be down to play some of that. I have Frostpunk 1. Fucking really, really love that game. I've been wanting to play that for a little bit. Might do some of that on the channel too. If you guys want to see it, let me know.
And dash towards this sorcerer, easily overwhelming him. But the corrupted thing, Zorambus, released his manipulative form, dashing straight from Mephiston's mentor and friend, Gaius Racilus. The corrupted figure poured himself into the
2 is awesome. I've never played 2. It's a lot bigger scale than 1 though, isn't it? It's more
Mephiston. The oily
it's more macro-y than micro-y, right?
Mephiston
I guess is how you describe it.
Overwhelm him. He unleashed it all upon this possessed
Not that that's a bad
Racilus,
thing. I've never played
his
it,
closest friend in the universe. How dare this monster touch him?
Oh.
His eyes began to glow. Blood poured down his cheek like tears, and cracks of dark flame weaved over his body. Vitaros ignited in a scalding flame. The gift had consumed him. The mountain shook. Vortexes
Bigger
of flame
scale, right.
spilled out, illuminating the night in the energy of the warp and the hate born from a demigod. Antros rushed to the spire, hoping desperately to find the blade Perific, only to find that he was not alone.
Sacrifice kids to the mine all day? Oh no.
The foul gods had
I
beaten
can already
him
tell how
to
you
it.
lead your cities.
The Lord of Death and the possessed Racilus crashed near them, with Mephiston finally able to free his friend and destroying the corrupted sorcerer. His
thank
face
God.
looked like cracked glass.
Don't tell me
with
Racilus
veins
dies.
Of black all over. Fire and sorcery were spilling forth from Mephiston, uncontrolled, until the wounded Racilus plunged a vial of blood into his friend. Control returns to Mephiston.
Fucking like
his
stim them.
surrounding in ruins and his allies wounded. He staggered up towards the blade Perific. Then he caught sight of them, the chaos-aligned mortals. But to the shock of Antros, his lord did not intervene. He let them escape. Divinus Prime was at peace. Chaos was beaten, but anger flushed through Antros. He dared to think. Perhaps his cold, outcast of a lord had betrayed the Imperium. If I can find an anchor for the power that is growing in me, I will be the living embodiment of what a blood angel can be. I will be proof that we can finally escape the curse. This power, it is the blood of Sanguinius unbound. Fate had brought them to Divinus Prime, but these events had been architected. A great game. A race for the blade Perific. But that very architect had slipped up. Mephiston had caught the scent. He let the blade Perific go, attaching a psychic link to it.
Nice.
One they could follow.
Very
But
smart.
with the blade gone, so did the chance to help control his power. But perhaps he was not meant to control it. Perhaps he was meant to bear it until it consumed him. It was the blood of Sanguinius, unbound. What right did he have to shackle it? The duty was accepted. The burden
I can see it from a cultural
would be
perspective
his.
why that would make
If the
sense.
power he held was growing, then so would his control and discipline in wielding it. There was no other choice. The future
It's not
of
my
his
right to
chapter
control
and his
this power.
brothers and his Imperium depended upon it. The return to Baal in the wake of this Pyrrhic victory was a somber one. Much blood stained Mephiston's hands, but a sense of hope, a steeling of his nerve, was revitalized, seeing in himself the strength to endure this gift. A handful of years passed upon Baal for Mephiston, a time of study, inside the chemic meditation spheres of Baal. The veteran librarian let his mind drift upon the tides of the warp, until visions of doom poured into his mind. Images of burning planets, and the enemies of the Imperium rising, and enemies approaching. He awoke, in need of answers. Travelling miles upon miles of tunnels, inside Baal's most ancient prison, he arrived at a cell, locked under mechanisms, and ward so powerful none could ever break it. The Octo Calivarii, the six multi-ribbed, gaunt Xenos lay inside. An immortal.
The fuck am I looking at right now, dude?
Chaos. Its presence made even Mephiston's skin crawl.
Yeah, no shit, me too.
Here it lie, imprisoned for millennia, for the crimes of enslavement and genocide. Mephiston had come for answers.
Not to be like, that's it, to enslavement and genocide, but like, come on now, really? Like, this is the Imperium we're talking about, and like, this alien is in prison for that? Like, you're telling me enslavement and, like, come on, like, really?
Crimes of enslavement and genocide. Mephiston
that's like a Tuesday in the Imperium, my guy.
And so...
that's every day here.
Delving into its mind, he sought out the visions
monster.
and prophecies
Like, what?
within. The connection peered into the realm of chaos. Amidst fire and blood, he saw him. The demon prince, the bloodthirster of Khorne, Kabanda, combined with the news.
Now, I will say, this thing does look horrific, that being said, so...
were preparing to lay siege to Baal.
I don't blame them for wanting to get rid of this.
Fleet Leviathan and the forces of Khorne. It was the doom of the chapter. It would be a threat that would require all scions of Sanguinius.
Devastation of Baal, right? This is when Leviathan shows up, right? Yeah.
Whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. Because if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you.
Yeah.
At the center of it all stood Mephiston. He took no blood, but drank in the potency of the sharing nonetheless. He seems to swell in size, becoming dark in countenance, shadows gathering around his back like flexing wings.
Brothers,
he said, and his voice was in their ears and in their minds. Thick
each of the successor
light.
Chapters mentioned in the
lend
war
me your arts.
have a different way of handling the Black Rage. Gotcha.
Becoming not brighter, but more intense.
It is cool how each chapter, I will say, like, came up with different ways to kind of counter the Black Rage. Not counter it, but like deal with it in a sense. And I think, what was it? The Lamenters, right? They had like a really fucking like a really for sure way to deal with it. But unfortunately, you know, I think that got ballsed up, and unfortunately for them, you know, bro getting chubbed up. Oh god.
The light flared, becoming not brighter,
straight up,
but more intense, taking on the consistency beyond that which light should possess. Mephiston's form wavered and grew.
Is that a dent in your armor, or
words no servant of the Emperor should ever utter? A wound appeared before him, a slice in reality that dripped blood and tore like rent flesh. It split wide, and its edge bled fire and vitae. Through it Raceless saw terrible things. 2 armies of demons, one black, one red, battled upon a plain of bone.
Jesus.
A gate of scarlet light in the shape of an angel opened from the demon's world into his own. There were stars on his side, and the curve of a red world, with 2 moons encircling by warring fleets. Baal. He was looking at Baal. A titanic monstrosity was only yards from the gate, ape-faced and wide-horned, blood-red skin stained with every swing of its axe, as it fought its way through the last beings barring its way. Hideous foes, almost as mighty as the creature, fell before its blade. From the demon emanated a terrible, all-encompassing fury that resounded from Mephiston's soul like the striking of a bell calling him to an eternity of war. Mephiston had opened a way into the realm of the blood god.
Holy
Heresy
shit.
of the First Order. Worse by far, it spoke of a dark power in the chief librarian that exceeded that of all those who had come before him. Mephiston drew hard on the other librarians. Raceless winced at the pain. The vital brotherhood between the psychos strained like a bulging net. Instinctively, Raceless knew the bonds joining them was all that prevented them from falling head first into the no places of the warp. The view changed, sweeping down over the battlefield. Mephiston sprouted wings, blood red and huge, traces of fine veins visible through the stretched skin. His body was black as night, and eyes aglow. The view through the rip in space and time halted in the maw of the gates as the demon slew its last opponent.
This is some crazy
Kabanda
shit going on right now, man.
roared
Oh
at
my
the
god.
sky, and his followers screamed out their praises of him.
Oh my
And
god.
fell in a frenzy on the last of the black-skinned demons, putting them to the sword.
Excuse me.
And finally breaking them. Triumphantly, the angel's bane stepped towards the
Kabonda's the
gate, ready to
bloodthirster who
fall
fought the
upon
angel.
Baal.
Yeah, I recall
The
that.
Lord of Fury stopped.
I was gonna say, Kabonda's
His
here
triumph
himself.
turned to puzzlement. He reached a hand to the gate to find his way barred. Snorting mists of blood from his nostrils,
Oh.
he peered downwards.
Blood, okay.
And there spied Mephiston. He
Snorting
grunted a
lines.
laugh, his angry
Spider-Man?
face twisting with mirth. Heavy dreadlocks bound in brass rattled upon his breastplate. Yellow eyes shone with fiery delight.
What is this?
Oh.
Little angel, stop the gate. I have won the right to pass this way by blood and might. Be gone. We shall see each other soon enough. I shall call for you, and you will join me.
Spoke Mephiston. The space between he and the demon shimmered with heat.
You cannot pass. The sons of the great angel do not permit it.
Damn.
Kabanda snorted again.
Telling this demon no.
Business here, Callisterius.
He said mockingly.
Then how am I here?
Shouted Mephiston back.
Damn.
We abjure you. Depart from this gate by the will of the great angel.
By way of answer, the demon threw back his head and howled with rage, so the ground shook and the sky rumbled with an answering thunder.
Your broken-winged lord has no power over me. I am coming for your head, little Callisterius.
Holy
He said,
shit.
pointing his coiled whip at Mephiston.
I have to say too, and it's kind of strange here. He's using his actual name, like Callisterius, not Mephiston here. Shit, dog. Like that again. This makes me think it's kind of sus. Like, you know, they must have had a piece in it. Like there has to be some like some weird reason why he got imbued the way he did. How he got over it. I guess how he got over the Black Rage. There has to be some piece there. And man, I wouldn't be surprised if chaos or some element out there in the Immaterium fucking was involved in some way. I don't know. It's hard to say. Devastation of Baal is definitely in like the top 5 Warhammer books. It seems really, really good. Anytime we've heard of this, it seems fucking based.
Baal shall fall. The angels will see their true nature, and Khorne shall rejoice. Your legion is gathered after all this time. Such a fine harvest of warriors for the blood god.
He looked through the rift and spied the others in the cave.
All of you will fall to your knees and gladly follow me before the 8th day of my manifestation is out.
Kabanda's yellow eye passed over Racilis. His soul shivered. The demon's gaze provoked the rage.
Passed
in
over
him.
racist?
His mouth thirsted for blood. His soul for battle. And in his mind eye, unwelcome flashes of war. Fraught millennia before.
Hail corn,
rose
food
up
for the throne
to
of
trouble
veg.
him.
Oh my god.
His comrades were not so
That's pretty
aged as
good.
he. Racilis was steeped in the warp. Centuries of experience gave him a wisdom and resilience
Milk for the
others could not
cornflakes.
claim. The web binding the coven shuddered under Kabanda's regard. Several of the company screamed
That's
with
fucking
rage,
that's so
but
stupid.
none fell.
I like that.
All stood firm.
My kind have resisted your temptation since the dawn of the Imperium. You will not best us. Be gone from here. This is not your time.
I will pass.
Turn back.
Kabanda laughed in a savage, brutal mirth.
Then let the harvest be of blood rather than warriors. You may die rather than serve easily enough. Blood is its own reward. Corn cares not whence it flows.
Corn.
Only that it flows.
The beast swung his axe at Mephiston. Psychic energy blasted out where blade met man. Skulls,
Fuck.
dislodged by the shockwave from the ground of Korn's realm, flew in every direction and rang hollow, musical notes as they rained down upon the sand and bone of the false earth. Within the cavern, the impact shivered out from Mephiston. Bonds until now invisible flared brightly, joining the breast of each librarian to his fellows with crackling arcs of power. Immaterial energies and the force of the blow together dissipated
fuck?
into the crystals, making the rock formations sing. The mountain shook. The air shimmered with volcanic heat, and flaming cinders burst from the psychic web. But Mephiston did not fall. Kabanda roared in outrage and cast his beady
That's
eye
kind of
over the
insane.
assembled librarians.
Like, these are just regular
Who
space
announces his
marines.
loyalty to the dead emperor shall be rewarded with immortal life, so swear I.
And he's basically taking on a demon prince here. Like,
Said Kabanda. No one replied, but Racilis felt, through the heat and rage, faint
well,
wavering.
they are, I
Do
suppose,
you
but
see, little Callisterius? They are tempted.
The last word became a grunt, and he hewed with his axe again at Mephiston. Warp made iron clash with the dark radiance of Mephiston's soul. Power blasted into the material universe through the rift.
Buttering corn
Librarian of
cobs.
The Golden Suns died, his eyes bursting as flame consumed him from within. Racilis was driven to his knees, and he cried out in agony.
librarians, which are cracked
Again,
in
that
general,
flicker of
yeah.
uncertainty. He looked out across the crystal
They're
cave,
cracked in general,
seeking
but
out the
they're cracked in general, but like, are they cracked enough to take on like a demon prince normally? I don't think so. I think a demon prince just usually outclasses them in all regards. So the fact that they're able to fucking like take his strikes like this, like they're imbuing each other, and they're able to as a cumulative take this on, that's very insane to me. Goddamn.
flicker of uncertainty, he looked out across the crystal cave, seeking out the weakness in the web.
Twice you have struck. Twice I remain unbowed. Now it is my turn.
Mephiston drew Vitaris. The silver steel of the blade blazed with heat. Baal, the home of Sanguinius and the Blood Angels chapter. For over 10,000 years, the tribes and clans of this world and its moons had given up their sons in the service of the Imperium. It was home to treasures and structures built by hands inspired by the great angel.
Normally,
Its
sort of, yes.
rust-filled
Name ones,
wastes,
definitely on par.
surviving its
Gotcha.
radiation had made
Seems
the
that way.
people strong. It had made them survivors, but what was approaching was most likely the end of it all. In the cold,
Couldn't be.
uncaring void of space,
Couldn't be.
a sentience so enormous and hungry was heading for Mephiston's home.
Oh, God.
High Fleet Leviathan.
Yeah,
A tendril
here
of
it
the
is.
swarm that was the great devourer, the Tyranids.
Mm.
It was seemingly ignoring other systems, biomass that could have been easy pickings. Instead, it was heading straight for Baal, as if a sentience that large had a personal grudge. Chapter Master Dante, the millennia-old
We've heard about
legend,
that.
had sent out the call.
We have heard. Some of you guys have mentioned how like the High Fleet Leviathan has a fucking personal grudge against the Blood Angels, and like they fucking targeted their home planet. And we saw this in the Dante. We saw what kind of happens here in the Dante video we checked out as well, and that was very, very cool. This is a very, very cool time period for the Blood Angels. A lot of badass shit happens here. Very, very, very dramatic. You know, on the cusp of fucking defeat, but I think that makes for some of the best moments. This is some good shit coming up here.
Dante, the millennia-old legend, had sent out the call. For
I think
all
it's often
descendants
underplayed
and
how strong
chapters of the
librarians
Blood
actually
Angels
are.
to defend the
I haven't
birthplace of
seen,
their
like, I don't know
gene sire.
strength-wise how
And
good they are, to
answered.
be fair.
In the grim dark future, there is only war.
Definitely I have to see
But
like a
underneath
comparison
all that
video or something
zealotry,
like that.
Stagnation and regression, there was hope. The scions of Sanguinius arrived in their thousands, men taught by different masters, raised on different worlds, taught in different creeds, armored in different heraldry, set foot on the rusty sands of their gene sire's home. For the Lord of Death, librarians of numerous chapters gathered under his banner, though many of the other Adeptus Astartes met Mephiston with suspicion and exclusion. He was a legend, centuries old, but his reputation was notorious and revered. With all the various chapters of the Blood, they all had very different ideas, different views about the man who had come back from the Black Rage.
True.
Had he escaped the curse? Or had he been abandoned by the righteous fury given to them?
Yeah, I don't recall how Dante, I don't know if it mentioned in the Dante video how he views Mephiston. That's going to be very interesting. I wonder how he actually does, because he's like, you know, an ancient Astartes as it were, right? Dante is at this point. So I wonder if he's going to be like just as suspicious as all the other like old breed are, or if like, you know, he reveres him kind of in the same way, where it's like, damn, like you're an achievement, you're what we should try to strive to be, you know, like this is like ultimately the power that we should have. I can't recall how like just what he thought about him in that video. So let's find out here.
He escaped the curse. Or had he been abandoned by the righteous fury given to them by Sanguinius? Assembling before the legend, Chapter Master Dante, a near entire legion's worth of
As a brother,
descendants
probably?
of Sanguinius assembled. They dined together, drank together, emptied the coffers of their deepest vaults. They all shared in this moment of unity, even having their breath taken away by the priceless relics of Sanguinius himself. Even to Mephiston, and those seemingly most distant from their origin chapter, the sight caught their breath. To see the creations and last pieces of the human, the demigod, the great angel himself. You could imagine the reverence, the hope, the loyalty such things inspired.
I
It was a
imagine.
melancholic celebration of all that they were. The High Fleet was coming, and a legion of angels were preparing to face it. No matter who the victor, Baal would be changed forever. Great
True.
battlements were erected across the various moons. Its people were enlisted, any resistance quashed. There was no space for kindness when the great devourer was coming.
That's
To
true.
Mephiston, his place would not be
You're
in the
literally dead
battlements
anyway,
beside
so
his brothers.
straight up, all hands.
Commander, the bloodthirster of Khorne, the demon who had even fought Sanguinius himself during the Horus heresy, was coming. With so many of the Blood Angels and their successors in one place, the opportunity was too good to pass up. To face the incoming Tyranid High Fleet
Freaky High
and the
Fleet,
force
yeah.
of Khorne would be the end of the line of Sanguinius.
Spelt that way too, I'm
Mephiston
sure.
asked his lord Dante if he was allowed to do everything necessary to save them. Dante agreed, gathering
Yikes.
many of the other librarians from other chapters, including
It's kinda
Racilus
sus, I won't
and
lie.
Antros. The task force rushed out towards the wastes of Baal. The skies above them were darkened, a headache so needle-sharp, splitting their heads as the shadow in the warp produced by the hive mind dampened their powers. Disgusting. Flying chitinous monstrosities harassed them on their way, concern washing over their ranks, until the Lord of Death lowered the rampart. Psychic wings sprouted from his back, and Vitaris ignited. Mephiston dove out, gliding through the air as an aspect of death, swatting down the foul Xenos that dared to get in their way.
Jesus.
Safely passing through the swarms, the dozens of librarians approached the sacred grounds upon Baal.
Straight up did
They
like a fucking
delved deep
paratrop
into
there.
a
That was kind of
cave
cool.
System. Mephiston, Racilus, and Antros feeling themselves return to strength as psychic power seemed to flow all around them, rejuvenating them. Hexagonal crystals, the color of a deep crimson blood, jutted out from the walls,
Blood.
illuminating the space, until the group entered a large open cavern, with more of the bloodstone glittering on the ceiling. The librarians gathered to Mephiston, chief librarian of the Blood Angels. The Tyranids were coming for the material.
Imagine being a
but
guardsman
Kavander
seeing
was
this.
coming
Bro, a guardsman seeing this would probably shit himself. Like, not only are the Tyranids fucking on your planet and you probably think you're about to die anyway, even though, like, you've just spent, like, weeks preparing, assumedly, but to see, like, a fucking reincarnation, essentially, of Sanguinius, like, to see those fucking wings sprout from fucking a space marine as he's making a drop like that, that would be so shit your pants fucking, like, inspiring, but also uncomfortable, I imagine. Because it's like, bro, how is that possible? How is this happening, you know? And, like, a guardsman, too, like, they might have seen psyker abilities, but, like, they don't know, I'm sure, the extent of it, right? So, like, they're kind of, like, looking at that, like, holy fuck, like, what is this, like, space age fucking technology, this wizardry, quite literally, you know? Fuck.
angels. The Tyranids were coming for the material.
Like, they know
but
what it
Kavander
is,
was
maybe,
coming
but
for
they,
their
to that
souls.
extent,
What they would do here,
like,
was
he's pretty
just as
fucking, he's
important.
pretty up there.
Today, they would stop Kavander from setting foot upon Baal. The librarians began to share their blood with each other, from flesh terrors, blood swords, golden suns, and blood angels. The librarians were bonded in a way deeper than any had been before. They were one. Brothers, lend me your art, Mephiston commanded, as they tore a wound in real space, creating a window into the warp itself. Amongst fire,
Probably never seen,
skulls,
excuse me,
and rivers of
probably
blood,
never seen
there
Warp Magic
he
in person,
was,
if they've ever heard of
Kavander,
it, yeah.
Bloodthirster of Khorne,
Like, it's just so
staring
rare,
back
like,
at the sons of Sanguinius. Whoever
well, it's
fights
not
monsters
rare, but it
should
is.
see to it that in the process he does not
the scheme of
become
things.
a monster. Because if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. To behold the enormous demon, your blood would begin to boil, your head would pound, and you would feel a creeping, hot rage flood your veins. You would be reminded of how very fragile and small you truly are. Staring directly into the abyss, Mephiston unleashed his power. Wings of black flame and veins of blood behind him. The demon began to taunt them, offering a place at Khorne's side. There was a darkness in their blood, waiting to be unleashed. They only needed to embrace what they truly were.
That would literally be like the
abyss
longest
was
con,
gazing
dude, if they
back
joined them
into
there.
but the librarians held. Finally, Mephiston ignited Vitaris, and once again angel and demon fought.
Sometimes
A mirror
human
of his
psychers are
gene-sire
attached to regiments.
10,000 years before.
Even in those
The
cases,
strikes were
psychers are hated and
bone-shattering
feared. That makes
as
sense.
two creatures of darkness battled in hell, even unleashing his enormous
Probably the same as
power.
Mephiston, just not
Mephiston was
trusted
not
kind of
immune
thing.
to the influence of Khorne's realm. The
Everyone's
feelings
suspicious of
hatred
you.
and anger trying to seep into his righteous power. The jewel was holding Kabanda, but the efforts of the librarians began to falter. Antros, the youngest out of all of them, began to feel the influence of chaos upon him, spreading the weakness through the psychic link. Pain plunged through Racilis and the others. The rip into hell began to waver as Mephiston was beginning to be overwhelmed. Kabanda was too strong. Mephiston was pushed back, and the link was broken. Wounded, and many dead. The cave had been shook by the battle, sealing them inside. They had done what they could, and now they hoped the delay had been enough. After digging their way through, Mephiston, Racilis, Antros, and the surviving librarians emerged onto the war-scarred surface of Baal. Tyrannid corpses were everywhere. They looked to the stars and saw.
So I didn't really know like this was all like happening at the same time. I didn't realize like while like the Tyrannid High Fleet was invading Baal here, that like underneath of it, fucking Mephiston and his boys, librarians, were just like under there fucking fighting off like a demon prince, essentially trying to like buy time for them. I didn't really like catch on to that. That was all happening at the same time. Very, very fucking neat that it was, you know, that adds like so much more stakes to it. Like this time period is so fucking cool for the time period of Baal. Horrific, absolutely goddamn horrific. And scary, you know, like I'm sure for a lot of people like reading this, they're probably like, shit, am I looking like reading this for the first time without any context? They're probably like, goddamn, am I looking at the end of like the Blood Angels here, like potentially? But like, man, that very, very cool. Like that it all happened at the same time. Like this artwork is beautiful. Yeah, this artwork is also super cool. These battle scenes are sick. I love seeing these, man.
Tyrannid corpses were everywhere. They looked to the stars and saw equally hope and despair. An enormous scar was blazed across the horizon. The Cicatrix Maledictum, a warp rift that cut the Imperium in two. But yet, amongst the stars, there was hope. An enormous Imperial fleet had roared into Baal's space. The Indomitus Crusade had arrived.
Yep.
Baal and its moons had been ravaged.
We're saved.
Thousands of the chapters of Sanguinius
It's the blueberries.
were dead, strewn across the ancient holy sites and battlements. But then he arrived, a son of the Emperor, a Primarch, Rubute Gilliman of the Ultramarines.
There he is. Mr. Mary Sue himself. The Revenant Crusade, okay.
A figure of legend, brother of Sanguinius. Once again, a Primarch walked amongst the Imperium. By his side stood new, faster and stronger space marines. The Primaris.
You know there are lamenters in there
the
getting
next
shit on?
evolution
Oh,
of the
absolutely.
Emperor's
Getting
world.
wiped, actually.
Thousands of marines, created from the line of Sanguinius, marched forth, pledging their allegiance to Dante. To be in the presence of Lord Gilliman would be a treasure Mephiston would never forget. It hit like a physical wave, making even him want to kneel. The Blood Angels had been saved. Mephiston's efforts to delay Kabanda had pushed the demon's manifestation from the chapter fortress on Baal Secundus to Baal Primus. A mountain of Tyrannid skulls in the shape of Kabanda's rune burned into the soul of all who looked upon it. A mockery to the Imperium on the surface of Baal Primus.
Damn.
Many of Mephiston's brothers would carry more than just physical wounds, burdened by the loss of so many men and so much history. But the least changed of them was Mephiston. Callistarius had stared into the abyss on
Yeah, no matter even if they survived here, like the effects of a Tyrannid invasion on a fucking world are just so immense. Like you never come back from that. Even if you survive it, the world will never come back from that the way it once was. Like You know, because the second an invasion fleet arrives, like you already have like the tendrils coming out of the atmosphere, sucking all the fucking biomass, all the goodies, all the water, anything that's there, right? In this case, no water on this planet, but you know what I'm saying, or not much at least, but still, like the planet is irreparably changed from here on out, and it's just so fucking like depressing to know that, but it is what it is. And for the Blood Angels present, yeah, like this is their capital planet. The amount of shit they're losing here, history, culture-wise, is crazy. They'll never get it back. Never get it back. We only lost 95% of the chapter this time, fellas. Yeah, we can come back. Definitely. We can come back. There's 10 of us left. We got this, though.
Them was Mephiston. Cynreius had stared into the abyss on Armageddon long ago. He had come back. Something. Someone else. The Lord of Death. Even if his memories were not his own, they were Cynreius's. It would have been Cynreius's deep sorrow. His hate.
The angels are constantly getting tormented, seems like it.
Done to his brothers and the homeworld. With Baal saved, the chapter reborn, and their ranks replenished, Commander Dante was named Warden of Imperium Nihilus.
Nice.
The half of the Imperium cut off from the light of the Emperor's Astronomicon. The responsibilities of the chapter master had just increased exponentially. Along with that came the added weight to the shoulders of Mephiston, Dante's advisor and chief.
Yeah, poor Dante during this time, man. The poor guy just wanted it to be over with, you know? And then Guilliman not only comes, saves his ass, but also tells him, yeah, you're also in control of, like, fucking this sector of Imperium space. The side that's, like, cut off from the Astronomicon. Get fucked, have fun, deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, poor Dante, man. Poor fucking Dante. Like, what do, you know? Like, you have to say yes, obviously, but you feel bad for the guy, man. I fucking, you know, really appreciate Dante. He's a really, really cool character. Really appreciate him. Warden of the North, yeah. Warden of the Riverlands. And the Vale.
Added weight to the shoulders of Mephiston, Dante's advisor and chief librarian. But with the disappearance of the demons and the retreat of the Tyranids, Mephiston found himself weakened. Something was wrong. The Blood Oath. The ancient battle bars drifted through Imperium Nihilus. Ratiles entered Mephiston's personal chambers, finding a sight that was stomach-churning. A flayed man knelt in the center of the room.
Dante is one of the best written characters consistently, for sure. I think so, too.
A star chart, whilst his mind rode the
He seems like a pretty base guy.
It
all
was
around.
Mephiston, searching, scouring for the source of a psychic blindness he was suffering. Baal had been saved, but with the emergence of the massive warp tear across the galaxy, Mephiston's powers, his foresight, was dulled. He had begun to see ghosts, the numerous dead who had died in his service since becoming Mephiston.
Damn.
They gnawed at him, haunting his every step. Something was targeting him. Perhaps it was the architect of the events on Divinus Prime. He did not know. But what became clear in his divinations, the shadowy hand behind the scenes, the demon, had played a part in the creation of this cicatrix maledictum. Mephiston spent months searching for the source, doing battle across numerous worlds, finding no success, only walking away with a pendant. He felt
Midlife crisis,
drawn
yeah.
on some backwater planet, its significance lost to him. The path had finally led him to the world of Morsus, but immediately upon arrival,
I don't know, you desperately want to die because of all your responsibilities, so here's more from G-Man, yeah.
The ancient Xenos.
Literally, here's like 10 times the amount of responsibility you already had from fucking a Primarch himself and acting leader of the Imperium at this time. Obviously not in reality, you still have the High Lords, but like, let's be real here. When Guilliman's back and he's prowling around, let's be honest. He's the one with the balls, you know, he's wearing the pants here. So you're not just gonna fucking say no to him. Like, you can't, you know, it's not a thing. You know, he's ruling here, let's be real. Dante trying to desperately rip off his plot armor. Yeah, like literally, I feel like all of fucking like I feel like Gilliman fucking like showed up and he like rubbed off all the plot armor onto Dante, you know, just by like being in his vicinity. Like there was a plot armor rub off, and Dante is just sitting there like, fuck, man, that's not what I wanted to hear. Like most people, it would be like killing to get a bit of plot armor. Dante is like killing to get out of the plot armor, literally. Poor guy.
The Oath was attacked. The Necrons, the ancient Xenos of metallic skeletons who marched with the grace of automatons. Green plasma met the new heavy bolt guns of the Primaris-born Marines under Mephiston's command. But they kept coming until the Lord of Death entered the field. But rather than violence, he met
I shall sacrifice plot armor. Yeah, literally.
Mephiston invoked the Xanath
Literally.
tablets, the right to parlay with the
man.
ruling
Feel bad.
Pharaoh. The Necrons despised other Xenos as much as the Blood Angels, but they held their traditions in far higher esteem, something the well-read Mephiston knew he could exploit. The battle was halted, buying time for Mephiston and Raceless to descend down to the surface of Morsis. As his chief librarian and mentor fought to cure the psychic blindness, another was on a trial of his own. A quest for knowledge, to save his lord from his escalating powers, Lucius Antros. The sons of Helios, Hastati's chapter, found a new brother amongst their ranks, as Antros sought to understand their unique strength in controlling and mitigating the psychic madness one should be experiencing living so close to the Cicatrix Maledictum. It was a redemption for his failures in the ritual on Baal against Kabanda, but most importantly, it was salvation for Mephiston, his friend and tutor, the one walking the path that could save the chapter. The Sleepless Mile, a mantra, a mental corridor,
Sleepless
a
Mile.
deep meditation was the sons of Helios' secret. We dream, dreaming, dreamed. The trance centered the individual.
Impossible.
So much that in battle, when Lucius Antros lost.
Imagine meditating, man. Imagine the Blood Angels just sitting down and having a meditation session and it actually just working out for them a little bit, you know? Kind of crazy, you know? It actually just, you know, helps, you know? Breathing exercises, being calm, not losing yourself, you know, not giving into anger. Crazy, eh? Just like, you know, practicing some like, you know, deep breaths, you know? So it's always good, you know, tactical breathing.
Individual. So much that in battle, when Lucius Antros lost himself to the Black Rage, the sons of Helios brought him back, chanting, "We dream, dreaming, dreamed." Antros awoke. He was sane. The Black Rage had not been conquered, but pushed down.
Wow.
He also felt stronger than he ever had before, like he was a match to even the renowned veteran Raceless. It was
That's kind of nuts.
He was eager to bring back to his lord. Antros departed, aiming to meet his lord upon the Necron tomb world that was hiding secrets. Mephiston and Raceless found themselves upon a near lifeless world. Whatever beauty Morsis had once held, it had been uprooted by the ancient horror that had awoken from the sands beneath.
Fuck.
Only the scars of the Revenant Crusade remained, a failed recapture of the system. The Lord of Death, Raceless, and their squad began to explore the catacombs deep beneath the lifeless surface of Morsis. There they found them, the last remnants of the Imperium.
Secrets,
a
me
sad,
precious, true.
worn-down people, and a guard regiment. Many the children or grandchildren of those who had once lived upon the surface, before the tomb had erupted from the sands long ago. The guard were in awe of the Space Marines, the Emperor's angels, yet they could not help but be afraid of the gaunt, unnerving figure of Mephiston. But even as he conversed,
How could Mephiston not be like make you uncomfortable? Very cool that the guard actually kind of held out on this planet though to some degree. That's kind of actually very, very interesting. I definitely thought they would have been fucked pretty quickly there, but how long ago, I wonder? It might tell us. But I wonder how long ago the Necrons actually like awoke on this planet, took it over, and just how long like after Mephiston and the boys are coming here now. Definitely seems like some time has passed if like the environment has been radically changed in this way. It's just like impressive that the Guard were able to hold out that long. God damn.
The gaunt, unnerving figure of Mephiston. But even as he conversed with the brave Imperial holdouts, he saw them again. The shadows, the ghosts, a storm of dead soldiers only he could see. Often as a leader, the role is more than just orders. It is a performance, a confidence you must exude and spread to those around you. But Mephiston was struggling to maintain that facade as the dead screamed in his head. The hallucinations had begun to cause him pain. His mind was not his. Something that gravely concerned.
It's got like some Mad Max, like Fury Road, like hallucinations going on.
His chief librarian.
You let them die!
The Imperium delved further into the depths, closer to the tombs of the Xenos. Mephiston hypothesizing the source of his blindness to be the Necron Lord of this world. There they found them, the Necrons, battling against a group of pariahs to the surviving human Imperials, the Blister Men. Enormous Ogrins who had inhabited the irradiated mineshaft since the fall of Morsus to the Xenos. Their skin had become dark and blistered, the scars of what remained in a place with radiation lethal to an ordinary human. The Imperials cursed and shunned them, but Mephiston did not. He summoned his psychic black wings and soared down towards the Necrons. Vibrant blood-red armor clashed against cold, green plasma illuminated necrodermis. The Blister Ogrins looked upon Mephiston with wonder, rallying against the Xenos and smashing them with rusty old mining equipment.
That's
the
awesome.
Machines
Fuck yeah, I love the Ogrins getting a bit of representation here. Thought they were gonna be like mutated Ogrins in a sense there. And maybe they're still going to be facing a purge, who knows? But yeah, they're definitely useful. And if they're still loyal, like to the Imperium, they're still like subhuman, if you will, right? Human enough. Then yeah, we might as well use them to fight the Necrons. Fuck the bigotry. Yeah, fuck it. Get them in here. You know, the Ogrins can lay some shit down like pretty easily. So yeah, any asset, especially Ogrins, use them. Hell yeah.
Smashing them with rusty old mining equipment.
They'd have a great time doing this too.
Lay broken at their feet as the Ogrins stared in awe at Mephiston.
Ogrins are pretty warp resistant.
Even daring to caress his face as though touching a prophet.
Wow.
Star Warrior, they called him. Treating him with reverence and leading him towards their own territory.
Wow.
Mephiston, Raceless, and the Imperials strode into an enormous opening. It was a cathedrum, a place of beautiful carvings and polished stone, something unnoticed by the haunted Mephiston, as his determination to free himself from the ghosts was all-consuming. Before a great statue of a Star Warrior carved in red, the leader of the Blister Men welcomed their prophesized savior. But before the moment could be celebrated, the shadows again grew in Mephiston's mind. Pain seared through him. The ghosts had returned.
Oh no. He's not about to like lose his mind. Like these Ogrins are like bringing him in, revering him, treating them with massive hospitality. Like, hey, you're our prophet, quite literally. Like, you know, it was told that you were going to save us. Somebody was going to come save us. It has to be you. You're the one. Is he about to fucking lose his mind in the middle of this like procession and fucking go apeshit, bro? I hope not. That's going to be so depressing. Aw, not the Ogrins. Come on. Let's see.
We need you,
said the voice. Raceless had materialized in a chair opposite Mephiston's.
I hope not.
He looked around at the blazing, spherical chamber.
You must come back to us, Mephiston. Even here you are not safe. Your power is still tearing you apart on Morsus. You are just averting your gaze. The only hope is to keep going, to reach the demon.
What do they want of me?
Poor Bob,
With
man.
Every day that passes, the dead scream louder.
Bob liked it.
shook his head.
Interesting. That's really interesting. He's looking at this like picture of like this family of like the guard. This locket, I don't know what it means. And he's also cognizant too that he's hallucinating. He's not like treating as like, oh my god, the dead people, you don't see them. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Like he's fully like, yeah, no, like I'm seeing fucking ghosts and like they're not real. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me, but I'm losing my fucking mind. And he's kind of like having that moment of clarity right now, like admitting to himself. I think that's really, really cool. Like just like the character he is, like he's able to admit that, like have that moment of vulnerability in that sense. And this moment of vulnerability too, to say like this family, like this picture is bothering me. Like I don't know why. I don't know what the significance is of this. Like how many lives I've taken, how many people I've killed, how many people have died because of me in one way or another, like due to my failure, due to my leadership, due to just natural casualties of war, But why does this one picture bother me, I think that's very, very interesting. Goddamn. Very, 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 very like cool moment of weakness here from Mephiston. I'm really liking this character, Again, I'd never really heard of him at all before, but I'm really, really liking this video so far. There's been a lot of really good like back and forth conversations in this so far. Just saying.
Do these people Cynreius have done if he were here now?
Raceless smiled.
Much as you are doing. He would be utterly focused on his goal, unwavering in his pursuit of his foe, but he would at least give these people a chance to hope. Reach their bomb, Calisterius. Trigger it. Why not? It will give us the chance we need to reach the Necron Lord and let you find out how he has blocked your vision. But it will also give the people of Morsis chance to show the Necrons they have a real enemy on this planet. There's no future for these people, but you could at least give them a chance to achieve something before they die.
Wow.
Hunt your demon without pause, yes, but inspire hope too, rather than despair.
He handed back the locket.
After all, who better to finish the Revenant Crusade than a Revenant?
Mephiston nodded. As he allowed the memory of the chemic spheres to fall away, he stared at the picture in the locket, determined to remember the man he once was.
That's a really, really good friendship. I'm really, really, really liking the dialogue in this Mephiston video right here. This is fucking really like, I don't know. It's just hitting different for me. Like the vulnerability, you don't really see vulnerability a ton from characters in Warhammer. You definitely do see it, but this is just kind of like a next level thing, like Be My Memory, like this bond that they have, right? Any other bond I feel like we've seen, there's always like a back and forth to it. It just seems like it's actually just like love, you know what I mean? Like these guys respect each other, they're brothers, they are there for one another. There's not like an instance of like one trying to get one over on another that we've seen, and it's not like, one's manipulating or using the other for the other's gain, right? Like it's like, be my memory, I'll be your, I'll be your sword in a sense kind of thing, right? They help each other out very, very much. I really appreciate this, like it's very good to see. Dialogue is peak. It is peak. It's rare to see in Astartes. It is. You don't see vulnerability at all. Like we have seen vulnerability like in characters and certain characters that we've checked out. On the whole, it is rare in Astartes, right? So to see like this level of it is just like, it's refreshing almost,
The picture in the locket, determined to remember the man he once was. Determined to breathe life into his corpse.
Do not leave me, Raceless,
he whispered back, as Morsa swam back into view. Mephiston gripped the hilt of Itaris, staring into the depths of his mind. For the first time in his life, he looked his accusers in the eye. The shadows that haunted him looked back in silence, the rage fading from their eyes. He was back on Morsis, standing before the Cogitator, in the heart of the Ogryn's Cathedrum. Raceless was at his side, and all the living souls in the nave were watching him. His tremors had vanished, and he could stand upright once more. Mephiston nodded, understanding the question in the ghost eyes, making them a silent promise. One by one, they nodded back, before slowly dissipating, snatched away by a breeze that sprang up from nowhere. For the first time in centuries, Mephiston's mind was silent. Thanks to the loyalty of Raceless, he would keep his oath. Calm washed over him. He saw what he must do. He looked from face to face. It was a disparate bunch. From the charred, monstrous Ogren, the survivors of the Sabine Guard, so skeletal they were swamped by their great coats, and his own battle brothers, standing proudly at his side, looking back at him from behind the tinted visors of their helmets.
If the Emperor demands...
Shows just how desperate it is on this
Mephiston
planet, man.
said quietly,
He shall have one. No more retreats. We will burn these mines clean.
Lorenz paled as she registered Mephiston's words, and passion flashed in her eyes.
For the Emperor,
Said Racilus, gripping his forced sword and clanging the hilt against his chest armor. There was a moment of shocked silence, and then a chorus of voices, human and abhuman. For the Emperor, they cried, raising their weapons above their heads. For the Emperor.
Fuck. That was awesome. That entire X script there, that was fucking very, very good from start to finish. I love that entire thing right there. Wow. A lot to think of. The dialogue is very, very peak in this one, man. I don't know. Blood Angels are some of the most emotionally expressive Astartes. It's between them and Salamanders. I'd have to agree with that. And it's so refreshing to see and like hear this, like to see that humanizing aspect of these Space Marines. They're superhuman. They're sociopathic in a way, but to actually see them like feel emotion, to feel expression, to feel or to see that vulnerability in some of them, right? It just makes them so much more relatable. They're not just like killing machines, they're humans too. You know what I mean? Like they're not just fucking T-800 Terminators. A lot of them are, don't get me wrong, but they actually have like a lot more to them, a lot more nuance to them. I love like the stories that actually show and express that. And so far, this one has been fantastic for that so far. Like absolutely amazing. I'm trying not to pause too much throughout those speeches because like I don't want to cut them off too much. I just, very, very good.
The Lord of Death ran, retreating into his mind palace. The dead were hounding him. Thousands of people had died around and in the service of Mephiston. It was war, and in this grim, dark future.
Also, that moment of peace where the ghosts, like, nod at him and they're blown away.
Be hounded by the dead, whilst
Is
on
that
the
peace
trail
kind of
of this
almost?
demon, this architect of the events on Divinus Prime, and so much more. A locket he had picked up on Hydra's ulterior. Why had he done that? How it burned him that he could not discern why it felt so important. It was the background, a winged shrine with a halo of thorns. The same imagery of the ones in Hades' hive, the place where Cynreius had died and Mephiston had been born. Mephiston felt lost, swallowed by centuries of war, a drowning focus on the threats to the chapter and the Imperium.
Right.
He had forgotten his oath, his memory had failed, but
Which is
Racilus
sad.
was by his side. Whatever
Yeah.
this power is, it must be tethered, tied to something human. Words Racilus.
See, I don't think Mephiston's gonna die here. Maybe he will. I don't think he will. I'm more concerned about Racilus dying, dude, because Racilus here, he's been like such a fucking goat throughout this. He's been here for Mephiston at like every turn. And man, I genuinely I feel like he doesn't have the plot armor that Mephiston might have. I'm starting to feel scared for him, because it's like, what happens if he dies, if there's no one like left to help him remember, no like friend that's close to him in that way, like, because they're the old breed, right? Like they're the ancient Astartes. They've been alive for a long time comparatively, right? Fuck, it's just, it's sad to think about like what'll happen then, Part of the reason why I love Dark Angels reminds me to be stubborn about what matters, what Brotherhood is, about keeping an eye on the end goal at all times, but beating all challenges along the way. That's true too, yeah. Dark Angels are some of the most stubborn motherfuckers, but like at the end of the day, it is about what matters, right? It's no compromise in the things that they care about and that they deem to care about, right? And that's a very important thing too, right? It's not stubbornness in all aspects. It's stubbornness in the shit that they deem worthy to be stubborn about. You don't want to be a pushover. You don't want to give in, right? I respect that a lot about them too. White Scars are very human because they actively express themselves in a very similar way to the Blood Angels, except with no red thirst or black rage. Very strong emphasis on individualism. I got that with the White Scars a lot too, even the way like Jagatai is, right? It's a lot about honor, it's a lot about openness, it's a lot about honesty. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't catch Jagatai lying, and by definition of that, I feel like you don't catch many of the White Scars lying or trying to like deceive or misleading. You know, they're very open, they're very honest, they're upfront about what they want to do. I respect the White Scars a lot for that too, for that honesty above all else, more so than emotionalism. I would say I'd say like the Blood Angels definitely take the cake in that, but they're a lot more upfront in general, if that makes sense.
It must be tethered, tied to something human. Words Raceless had said long ago. Something
the thing I love about the Angels right now is the idea of forgiveness that's being introduced. I like that a lot too.
To die, but why not fight by their side? Why not give them hope? Hunt your demon without pause, yes, but inspire hope too, rather than despair. That was what this power was for. That was what Sanguinius meant to him, what he could mean to the ordinary people of the Imperium. I am the steel in the blade.
Iron Hands are very human because they cut off their balls and replace them with mechanical ones.
I am
very
the
true.
blood of Sanguinius.
That's honestly more human above anything else.
More to Mephiston.
You don't want a mechanical cock?
Verbalize his link to Callisterius and his greatest supporter. Even when the world and his chapter shunned
Bionic
him,
cock.
Raceless was by his side. Mephiston returned from his
power thruster, as they call
declaring the rebirth of the Revenant Crusade. The Blister Ogrins, the Imperials, and the Blood Angels rallied. The ghosts faded from Mephiston's mind, satisfied that his oath was renewed. His power tied to something human once again. Hope. The statue of Red in the Cathedrum was of a warrior with a burning sword. Even if in their ignorance the Ogrins had believed it to be Mephiston, it had still given them hope. It inspired them to keep fighting and to lay Promethean explosive inside the mines underneath the Necron tombs. Mephiston and Raceless battled their way deeper into the cave systems.
Ogren's kind of coming in clutch there. Wow.
And saboteur as the brave Imperials bought them time with their lives.
Wow.
Necrons fell in their dozens to the Lord of Death, and the Blood Angels as scarabs, warriors, and cryptex met Vitaris. But there were losses.
Sorry, I just realized like the bar was up there still. That's my fault.
Vindication. Mephiston alone was stable enough to continue, making his way into the largest of the tomb complexes, finding the source of his psychic blindness, which lay within. He could feel it. The Orchestrion, an ancient Necron device, thrumming with power. It was the source Mephiston found, a relic of the great war in heaven that had awoken with the tomb world and
Battle Brother Phallus of the Penetrator chapter.
A spindly Necron hovered
I like
over
that.
the device, noticing
That'll
the
be,
slightly
you know,
wounded human.
We gotta have a custom chapter for sure. Battle Brother Phallus, yeah, that'll be the first one. Honestly, should make a custom like Legion chapter. You know, that'd be kind of cool actually. Custom Legion color scheme, bro. Fuck. What Legion would we be initially a part of? What chapter would we be? Chapter the Legion of the Legion. Like what the fuck? That's like a double. What do you call it? Double. Fuck, when a word is the same twice, I forget what you call that shit.
Spindly Necron hovered over the device, noticing the slightly wounded human intrude upon this place. It prepared to strike until Mephiston began to speak.
Mephiston better hightail it out of there when Trazen hears of him. True.
Piquing an interest in his Xenos counterpart.
Trazen would fucking be on that ass immediately.
Meant to be here. He began to decipher the device's scripture, whilst attempting to appease and delay the threat beside him, the time ticking away. The Necron had clearly been stumped by the device.
Brother oil my thunder hammer.
It did not possess. Mephiston smiled,
It's a good
pouring
one.
his psychic powers into the ancient device. The Necrons on Morses began to convulse and explode. A source of bolstering power turned upon them. As a Revenant
Trazen preparing a
completed the
Master Ball to
Revenant
update his
Crusade.
Pokedex.
Mephiston's
Bro, that's fucking fantastic, yeah. Trazen's fucking just mass producing fucking master balls, bro. Like, that's amazing. I actually really like that. Straight up, that's probably how he does it. He's probably got like great balls and shit, just like superior balls, you know. He's probably got like the elemental balls that he makes fucking from apricots, you know, different colored apricots, you know, for specific types, as it were, you know. Fuck. I wouldn't even put it past him, bro.
As a Revenant completed the Revenant Crusade, Mephiston's psychic sight returned. His powers returned to their full
Trazen
strength.
has the ancient artifact
Mephiston
from Earth known as the
opened his
Game Boy
arms,
Advanced.
embracing the shadows and dead.
And he's been playing a fucking lot of Pokemon in his spare time, bro.
Of death, accepting what he was, their vindication, their hope. Upon returning to the Blood Oath in space, Mephiston and Raceless were reunited with Lexicanium Lucius Antros. Yet at the moment Antros was about to tell them of the Sleepless Mile, he hesitated. Doubt had seeped into his heart. Doubt born on Divinus Prime, and reinforced when he caught sight of Mephiston conversing with a vile Xenos Necron. Raceless tried to pry into his mind, but his power was greater. Blocking his mentor was child's play. Antros kept his knowledge to himself, sequestering himself alone and chanting the mantra that was his. We dream, dreaming, dreamed. The Lord.
Honest question here, guys. If you, in a straight up fight, a quick ball, true quick ball, yeah, you turn one, fucking just whips a fucking ball at his face, bro. That'd be fucking devious. Honest question though, like, if it was between, like, if Trazen came here with his fucking, you know, his 6 Pokemon, right? I think his first pick against Mephiston would probably be like a Mewtwo or something like that. Straight up, do you think you think there'd be even a fight there? Mewtwo might actually be able to fucking, I don't think he'd win, but he might actually be able to put up a little bit of a fight at least, you know. It'd be a spectacle, you know, perhaps. Be like a playtime for Mephiston, I feel like. Trazen would just solo him. Well, exactly, but that's not fun, you know what I'm saying? Trazen's a bit goofy, you know. He likes to have a good time, you know. He's got to test out these creatures that he got, you know. I feel like a Mewtwo would definitely be a way in. Trazen has 152 Pokemon in his first deck. Oh fuck yeah, he's got all the originals. He's got all the OGs, bro. Fuck. You roll up with Kronk, Fulgrim Clone, and Thunder Warriors. Can you imagine? Yeah, he just like he just throws a fucking Master Ball and just a Fulgrim pops out. Holy shit.
We dream, dreaming, dreamed. The Lord of Death returned to Baal at the request of Dante, joining his lord as the Warden of Imperium Nihilus was preparing an enormous fleet to push back the tendrils of
all the originals and one no one knows, but yeah, I guess there's 151 in the original pack, isn't there?
Unleashing his psychic spirit into the warp, acting as a defensive measure against demons and creatures of that vile space. Travel outside of the Astronomicon of Terror was perilous, but the angels had a gift, the Sanguinor, a golden angel.
U3 is just a Mechanicus crossbreed of Mewtwo.
In the chapter's most dire moments. In front of the fleet, the Sanguinor roared, acting as a guiding light, but it did not last. In the warp, Mephiston saw it, a dark angel, a mirror to the Sanguinor. It attacked its golden counterpart, their clashes ringing outwardly. Then it looked directly at him, the dark, hateful apparition. Dread washed over Mephiston, pushing him back into his corporeal body. The feelings of dread didn't quite leave him, as he saw one of their ships fall behind, now prey to the creatures of the warp. Giving the news to his lord, Dante plunged the fleet back into real space. They would not leave such a vital asset behind. Mephiston, Dante, Raceless, and their accompanying Primaris armored up, boarding the eerie, silent ship. Mephiston asked his lord if he should stay behind, concerned for his injuries that had not healed since the devastation of Baal. But they pressed on. Dante would not show weakness. blood and taint.
Dante, you're too
Speckled
proud.
across the
I love you,
dark
but you're too
steel
proud.
walls of the ship. The crew seemingly suffering a fate too horrific for words. Further they pushed
Pokemon Smash or
until
Pass
they
stream?
saw
What the
a
fuck?
pillar of convulsing
You know,
flesh.
not even trying to be any type of way, man. Some of the Pokemon that they be releasing nowadays, they be mad thick for some reason. You know what I mean? for some reason. I don't know what the fuck Nintendo's on lately, but there's some fucking weird ones coming out, bro. There's some fucking weird ones coming out lately. I don't know. I haven't played Pokemon in years. I've just seen like some of the recent releases, and it's like, bro, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Just saying.
They pushed until they saw it. A pillar of convulsing flesh. An effigy forged.
Clip
the
it?
missing
Yeah.
crew.
Fuck.
The warp began to blur over real space. Demons began to chant and cry, until through a tear it walked through. A towering, sensuous beast, gracefully clawing its way in. Its very presence would cause lesser beings to writhe in madness and pleasure. Cynreius the perverse, a greater demon of Slaanesh. Honeyed words trailed forth, offering
With the title The
temptation,
Perverse, I was
freedom
wondering
from
who
the
it could
Black
possibly
Rage.
have been.
If only they became the champions of Slaanesh. Mephiston and Dante
They gotta
rejected the
chill, I've
demon's
seen some
false
stuff, oh
promises,
god.
igniting a battle
God.
between the blood angels and demons. Mephiston
It's not
flew
good to
at
hear, Fear.
Cynreius,
That is not good to
matching
hear.
the titanic power it exuded, much to the shock of Dante. Just how powerful had he become? Mephiston's power was so great that it kept growing and growing, fueled by the warp pouring through the tear. Black flames and arcs of blood roared around this aspect of death.
Oh.
Even above him, a shadow formed of a dark angel, matching his strikes. Dante and Mephiston in unison struck out, banishing the demon back to hell. But the surroundings were still shaking.
Ain't gonna be able to
Dante
upload
and
this
Racist
VOD? Ah, no, we'll
pleading
upload
for
it, don't you
Mephiston
worry.
to stop.
No fear
Help
there.
me, Mephiston cried out, losing control on a scale never before.
Listen, to my knowledge, I
Kill
haven't been
me,
demonetized on this
Mephiston
VOD yet,
screamed.
so we're doing
His
good.
power was consuming him until Dante.
I can actually check that right now.
The Lord of Death was taken away, placed within.
Oh, in 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I'll double check. I'll confirm. I'll confirm right now. I'll confirm right now. Yeah, see, we're all good. Listen, if women can listen, I'm not trying to be that guy, right? But if, you know, if certain VTubers or certain streamers, certain YouTubers can you know, wear tank tops with their cojones out, let's say, you know, 90% out, then I'm sure us just merely talking about some of that Pokemon thickness surely won't get us demonetized, right? Surely.
In a sarcophagus, just as when he had joined the chapter. Even under the greatest wards on Baal, his power leaked out. He could hold back the power no longer.
Some
Racist,
Pokemon got some cake, that's what I'm
deep
saying, and I don't know
sorrow
why.
in his
It's
heart,
weird.
He knew what had to be done next, but hope arrived from the forges of Mars, a salvation that held his life in the balance.
Commander Dante.
He said. He sat back and tugged a black silk cloth over the bowl, hiding it. Dante descended the last few steps into Mephiston's living quarters. The
You
other
look
lit
like Nose
platforms
Pass if you look
orbited
to the right.
man
I don't know
like
who
a
that
model
is.
of a planetary system.
Chief
No, I do, admittedly,
Dante took a chair at the opposite
I do have a very, very large nose, though. I will say that. I have a very big nose. The reason for it is I broke it a few times as a child. So my nose is quite large, I'll admit, yes.
end of the table.
You have returned from the chemic spheres.
My brother librarian.
Google it?
is
I'm
deemed
not
be
going to
safe
Google
be
it right
let
now.
free.
I think I'll pass on that one for right
Tell
now.
me how you fare.
Dante
Just in
examined
case,
him
you know?
carefully. Mephiston's appearance had changed again, and was now much as it had been before. His skin was still
Given the topic
ghostly
of
pale,
conversation.
his eyes piercing, his face too sharp and intent to express the beauty inherent to its features. He was a little bigger, a little taller, but the same grave cold emanated from him, the same deep sense of unease, the same immense power.
As you see, I am calm. The sense of power outstripping my control is gone.
He held up his arm. The robe he was wearing fell back from milk-white skin. The black carapace appeared like a series of massive bruises beneath.
There is not a mark upon me,
There is not.
said Dante.
Does this trouble you?
Asked Mephiston.
Should it, brother?
Mephiston looked down at his book and traced the ancient words with his fingers.
You have never truly trusted me since I ceased to be Calistarius and became what I am.
When you
is
say
not
it
a
like
matter
that,
of
it's hard to trust you, brother.
You're a noble warrior, and my brother.
Said Dante.
Then you fear me.
I fear nothing.
Said Dante. Mephiston looked up and smiled. His teeth were perfect, white as snow.
You fear what I might become, what it might mean for the chapter. I do too, but I am in control of myself. The incident aboard the Dominance will not be repeated.
Are you sure?
I am sure.
Said Mephiston.
Bruh.
He spread his hand, palm up, and looked at it.
Listen, I listen. I ain't picky when it comes to
Physical strength.
to
is
the
commendable.
the
But
physical
what of your
traits of
soul,
women,
brother?
let's say.
Is that too fortified? If not, then your enhanced physiology only makes you a greater threat.
There is more to this body than the added strength Cole's servant gave me.
Mephiston frowned thoughtfully, choosing his words with care.
I do not think my self-control comes from the change.
From where, then?
I saw him, or something that could be regarded as him.
Who?
Our father.
Said Mephiston simply.
I sense something in you. You too have changed since
I think Moto likes you. Oh God,
You saw our
What the
father
fuck?
too.
Sanguinius.
is that from fucking
Dante.
Madagascar, dude? It's been a long time. What the fuck?
Dante stared into Mephiston's eyes.
I was on the verge of death. I think I would have died if he had not sent me back.
I saw something.
Scent needs one of two things for a woman to have: his own teeth, or a pulse. Only one of the two is needed. That's fucked up. But true, but completely true though. Yes, very, very factual. Yep. No, dude. Let me tell you, you gotta have teeth, right? You gotta have teeth, right? That's the minimum. That's the minimum. Gum job, nah, bro, nah. Gotta have some teeth. Gotta have some teeth. You know, I don't know. I will say that is one thing that will set me off a little bit more. If your teeth are like overtly fucked up, bro, I don't know. I know it's not a lot of people's fault, but it's just like one of those things where it's like, shit. I don't know. My teeth used to be really, really fucked up. They still kind of are. I had like 5 years of fucking braces in my mouth, so my teeth are better now, but they used to also be very fucked up. So maybe I'm just like biased because of that. It's like, oh, peasant, you don't have good teeth? Yeah. No, I not like that, but you know what I mean.
I think I would have died if he had not sent me back.
I saw something similar. A choice.
The cold ones are less talkative. What the fuck?
Then you are more fortunate. No such offer was made to me.
Dante spoke neutrally, but he could not hide his rancor from Mephiston.
You are ready to rest.
Said Mephiston.
I have seen more war.
Hey, Hobbit. Yeah, no, the conversation has been
There's little in my life.
it's been a lot, to say the
What we
least.
saw, both of us. It could not be Sanguinius.
Hair in my mouth. Yeah.
He is dead. He has been dead for 9,000 years.
Said Mephiston.
What then? Is it more likely your sense of duty brought us back?
Possibly.
Duty is my undoing.
Dante paused.
Could it have been him? Could he persist somehow in the war?
Mephiston shrugged.
Sexual assault Saturday? Hell no. We're this is only consensual, of course, right? Listen, The gum jobs, all that. Listen, only consensual gum jobs to be had, okay? Listen. You know, I'm sure there's a few nice ladies out there who'd be more than willing, you know?
One of the Emperor's most psychic sons. Would that have been enough? As far as
Slaanesh was mentioned once, and you see the depravity that occurs from that.
In the warp for a time, but they are never whole, never what they were in life. Eldari lore is rich with horrible tales about what occurs to the dead.
Mephiston stood.
If we take a radical step, and
A radical step.
what we saw could possibly be our Lord and Father, then we must ask ourselves why he has not shown himself to us before.
You do not think it was him.
I could not be certain.
Then you do not believe.
The warp is a strange place beyond the understanding of mortals.
That is very
He
true.
closed his book and took it to the bookcase.
Hard to know.
When we begin to think we understand it, that is the first step on the path of damnation. It is illusion. Everything the warp gives us is a lie of one kind or another. It cannot be trusted in any way.
Mephiston gave one of his rare smiles.
Even trusting that it cannot be trusted.
Cannot be trusted.
Said Dante.
I was going to say, is folly.
Said Mephiston.
But you are correct.
Mine is not the most poetic of phrases.
It is possible to try too hard for beauty in everything.
Said Mephiston.
Uh-oh.
He slid the book back into position.
Don't tell the
with
Emperor's
a soft
children that.
thump.
What the fuck?
What will you do with me, my lord? I do not want to be left behind when we attack Keru.
What will you do with me, my lord?
time.
Oh.
For a little honesty,
Whoa.
my friends. You may yet be a risk to the chapter.
I do not feel I am, brother.
Even so, I will not deploy you in Keru. Not yet. Although you appear completely in control.
Me when
of
she
yourself,
says she
you
only
must
dates black
test your
guys. What the fuck?
If your abilities still outmatch your discipline, and you manifest the same devastating effect on the warriors of our chapter, I would rather it were somewhere far from Baal itself. Keru can wait a few weeks more. Shortly before we decided to test Toll's procedure on you, a ship arrived in the system with a sole survivor upon it. The son of the deceased governor of Revenant.
That's so fucking stupid, Fear.
Heard of it.
That was so fucking stupid. I'm sorry.
Our chapter for over 4,000 years. Peaceful until now. It is not far. One of the hundreds of systems to the north of the Scar. The world has been overwhelmed by a gene-stealer uprising.
Oh,
if we do
shit.
not cut off their psychic call, the Tyranids will fall upon Renenti and devour it. And if the High Fleet in this subsector turns towards Renenti, they will bypass the trap we have laid for them. We will go there together. I wish to see you fight with my own eyes.
If there is an effect on the warriors of our blood, my lord, you will be in danger.
I have lived too long as it is, Mephiston. I have never shied from duty. If you do lose control, if you show signs of turning into a threat, then I will end you myself.
I
Fuck.
understand.
Dante stood.
We will depart tomorrow for Skyfall. There will be a small contingent, you, me, and a handful of men.
Skyfall, damn.
For the rest, we shall rely on the Imperial fleet. See that you are ready.
Dante looked to the armorer on the platform.
New armor. A gift from Incariel of the Blade. My old battleplate no longer fits.
Until tomorrow, then.
As you command.
Dante being a badass there, fucking laying down the law as usual. You know, fucking, I'll kill you myself if you turn out to be a threat. He's saying that to Mephiston. Dude, I think he could do it. Dante, I don't know. Mephiston seems, I don't know, actually. It's hard to say. If Mephiston was not on their side, he seems like a fucking monster. You know what I mean? He seems like an absolute beast. I don't know if Dante would be able to 1v1 him. Dante is fucking very, very good, but with those Psyker abilities too, man, I don't know. I think it'd be a fucking very, very close fight. That's not to like say Dante isn't a Giga Chad, because he absolutely is, but I don't know, man. Like, they're both just like fucking in a different league entirely, you know?
The bravest sight in the world is to see a great man struggling against adversity. A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials. If you really
Dante would use his wisdom and tungsten balls to kill him. Maybe true.
To be in a different place.
Tungsten balls are pretty hard, last I heard.
Person.
Mephiston's mind drifted in the warp. He found himself upon a world.
He's gonna use those like a fucking mace, let me tell you.
He saw the simple rags he was dressed in, the stained glass he used to carry around his neck. He was Kali once again, a child of Baal Primus, the boy who had never heard music, staring into the irradiated rust wastes of his once home. It was an illusion, a warp-manifested facade. A hunched, malnourished figure began to mock him. It was the old man who had saved him from his violent father, the man who had nurtured his raw psychic powers. The ratty old man began to taunt him for his lack of manners. Insolent as ever, the Lord of Death, Kali, Calisterius, Mephiston. He had worn many names. How many would he die with? In the material universe, Mephiston's body lay upon an operating table, undergoing the crossing of the Rubicon Primaris. His skin and bones were being lengthened. New organs were being placed inside his body.
So he's turning into a... They're turning him into a Primaris right now, too. So I imagine this is going to turn like an already fucking completely goated Mephiston into a fucking extremely goated Mephiston. Like, how does this work? How can he get stronger than this? You know? He's not even Primaris yet, and he's about to be? What the fuck? This is pretty insane, I think. Like, I don't know what he's going to look like, how he's going to scale after this. We already see what he's doing as a non-Primaris. Like, where the fuck does it go from here, you know? Oh my god.
Were being lengthened. New organs are being placed inside his body.
Oh, so this motherfucker just looks scary. Like, look at him.
And dozens of other librarians and sanguinary guard watched over in vigil. They were attempting to save him, to help him contain his power in an upgraded,
Dante, Karn, and Ehrman are my favorite Astartes.
Kali,
yeah. I definitely have to say so far Dante.
Mephiston,
or
the
Sigismund.
being's souls were in the warp, residing in a pocket of calm that his once mentor's soul called home. The old man led him into a cave.
Sigismund is also a badass, to be
polished,
fair.
reflective surfaces within, each reflecting back every stage of Mephiston's life. He came face to face with one, seeing the beautiful, warm, sculpted features of Calisterius, contrasted with his own gaunt, waxy corpse-like visage. Who was Mephiston? A revenant of
Who are
Acari
you?
and Calisterius?
Tell
How
me.
much had been lost in order for the Lord of Death to rise? Mephiston moved further, approaching a precipice. Once again, he saw the two angels of the warp, fighting like titans of myth. One gold, one black. A figure before him began to coalesce, a space marine silhouette, entirely filled with crimson blood. Mephiston asked why he was here. What did this figure want with him?
Let the other
Words
players at least
still
have
fall.
something on
The
the
truth
tabletop.
that slowly
Let the
became
players at least be
more
good on the
and
tabletop. They
more
need
real
something,
for
yeah.
Mephiston.
We don't get a
Bloody
lot from the
Marine
Eldar, do we?
spoke of the warring angels, each the amalgamation of the chapter's deeds, a psychic wound that seeped into Baal from the warp, an imprint put upon the past,
Daniok or
present,
Saul
and future of
Tarvis,
all
maybe
who
Rylanor.
reside
That's
there.
fair. All good
The
choices, to
golden
be fair.
angel was the purity of the chapter. The black
Heard very good
angel
things about
was the
Rylanor.
flaw. A war kept in balance by each act of beauty and fall to the black rage. The Angel of Darkness was winning. It was a flaw in their souls, brought about by a grim dark future. The Bloody Marine offered Mephiston a choice, just as Sanguinius had been offered a choice millennia ago. Become the avatar of the Black Angel. Mirror the Sanguinor of the Golden Angel. Embody all the flaws, hatred, and darkness within his brothers' souls. This was why he was born on Armageddon. The truth he had been seeking for centuries. Mephiston was a part of this dark angel. But he now, right now, was given a choice. He asked, what if he refused? What if this centuries-old veteran had earned some rest? What if he had given enough? If he refused, he would die, as his body was dying right now. If he accepted, he would become more of a pariah.
Elder players only play Elder because they want to play meta usually.
His brothers would hate him.
Question on the Eldar then, with that. Are the Eldar pretty like... I'm guessing they must be pretty meta on the tabletop. Like, I'm guessing they probably are pretty strong. Based on their abilities and whatnot. Are they really that much of a problem? Like the Eldar in the tabletop? How would you say they compare to like the Tau, for example? What would you guys would say is like more cheese to fight? Eldar or Tau? I like the models. That's fair. That's fair. The models, I mean, I feel like all the minis, to be fair, just look sick. Like it's hard to find like a 40k model that looks bad, to be real with you. Like, especially nowadays, like they all generally look pretty good. The ones with the faces, you know, those get me sometimes, but they all generally look pretty good for the most part.
Be damned to become the Dark Angel. His brothers would hate him even more and not know why. But he would buy the chapter time they did not have. Was it even a choice at all? He refused. He had given enough. The
Tau or dull to fight, Elder can be super sneaky.
Golden luscious hair.
Tau forces you to play a certain play style. I got you.
White wings sprouted from his back. Sanguinius. Mephiston fell to his knees as he saw his lord, his gene father, his god. It was his choice, self-doom, but salvation for his brothers, or freedom, but the death of the sons of Sanguinius. In the Arx Angelicum on Baal, the surgery was complete, but Mephiston was dead. They couldn't resuscitate him.
Really?
His friend Albinus kept trying, but a bloody corpse, stitched and cut, remained still.
Really?
Panicking, they tried to restart his heart with enormous pulsating current that sent Albinus flying. Mephiston awakened.
Okay.
He was a shadow and flame. Lifting into the air, a tornado of fire and psychic energy began to tear the room into pieces. Mephiston's body began to lift. Mephiston's body was alive.
What the fuck?
As his soul roared into his body, a black angel manifested behind him.
What the
screaming
fuck?
hatred and pain into the witnessing blood angels.
Jesus
Then
Christ.
It stopped. The energy began to flood into Mephiston, absorbed into a now serene and calm figure. The bravest sight in the world is to see a great man struggling against adversity. A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials. If you really want to escape the things that harass you, what you're needing is not to be in a different place, but to be a different person. Chapter Master Dante alone met with Mephiston inside his chambers. The Lord of Death seeming serene, in control, stronger and better in his new Primaris frame. Mephiston was different.
Even given all
Just
that?
as how he had evolved from Callisterius, this new being had evolved from Mephiston.
Really?
An avatar of the Dark Angel.
So a second
He
changing.
chose not to go gentle into that good night. He would rage against the dying of the light. Mephiston knew that even Dante feared him. He couldn't help it. They both spoke of what they had seen when death had nearly claimed them both. Their gene sire, Sanguinius. Though Dante was jealous for the fact Mephiston had been given a choice to return. Ronetti would be the testing ground for the reborn.
Yeah, I could see how that would fucking really rub Dante the wrong way, like entirely. I would be fucking pissed and jealous about that too. He got a choice to come back. Like motherfucker Sanguinius himself, his spirit fucking told me, no, you're going to go back and you're going to fucking fulfill your duty, Dante, you little bitch. You're not going to cry to me about it. I know you've done so much and you're going to do a lot more. You're not done yet, motherfucker. Like, and then he gets a choice. Oh, you want to die? Oh, you don't want to? Okay, yeah, that's okay. We can put you back in your body. Like, fuck. Poor guy, man. Dante just gets the short end, man. Straight up. Last edition Eldar were number 1, very fast hit and run type shit. It was Eldar and Tau, and it wasn't even close. The game is rarely well balanced. I got you. Yeah, I feel like it'd be really hard to balance the tabletop, especially with all the rule changes, the introduction of new models and new like abilities and shit like that. The canceling of older models, which I don't really agree with necessarily, but whatever, right? Yeah, no, fuck. I guess it would be really, really hard to balance. Funniest game I ever saw was a freebooter army versus Chaos Marines. Orcs got the first turn, 1 round of shooting, and the guy just kept rolling 6s, wiped out everything except 7 Marines in the first turn. Holy fuck. Yeah, the Orcs can get really, really lucky, can't they? They can get really, really lucky, or they just get boned, and there's like hardly an in-between usually, I feel like.
Choice to return. Ronetti would be the testing ground for the reborn Chief Librarian.
I just started laughing at that too. How could you not?
With an ease.
Love seeing the Orcs take W's where they can get them.
Walking amongst men. With the approval of Dante, they returned to Baal, enacting a ceremony for the fallen who had been taken by Mephiston's violent psychic rebirth. He felt their eyes upon him as he read the funerary rites, in part judging and accepting. His power came from Sanguinius, but it was the power of their flaws. Following the ceremony, Dante, Albinus, Mephiston, Racilis, and Antros convened. The Prospero system. Decades of work that had
Is
begun
a tournament final? That's suppressing.
Which led Mephiston, Racilis, and Antros.
Pretty good that a freebooter army made it to the finals, though.
Irrelevant.
That's pretty based.
Sabasis. The comment caught Mephiston by surprise. His powers and gift in psychic foresight were far beyond his brother librarians. It should not have been possible for Antros to read the inscription upon this relic. Even his psychic probing was rebuffed. Antros was powerful beyond his expectations. Sabasis was where the answers they sought were, and perhaps more information of this demon that had been playing in the background and shadows. The one Mephiston had chased since Divinus Prime and Morsus. Dante agreed to let them go, commenting how Mephiston was never alone with a friend like Racilis, something that made the veteran librarian beam with silent pride. Once again in the deepest vaults, upon the still rebuilding Baal, Mephiston, Racilis, and Antros met with the most dangerous prisoner the chapter had. The Octo Calivarii.
Oh god.
That manipulative, immortal, chitinous Xenos.
Right.
Mephiston began
They
to
keep this thing in a
interrogate
cage or
once
some
again,
shit? What the fuck?
preening information about Sabasis and the Prospero system. They needed to cross the Great Rift into the region of influence of the Thousand Sons Legion, the sons of Magnus the Red. Mephiston, Racilis, and Antros prepared to leave. But before they departed, Mephiston gifted Antros an ancient staff of the chapter as a reward for his accomplishments and abilities.
A staff.
The 3 left Baal as the Octo Calivarii was laughing, knowing what was coming for
Cage
them,
of wards and
thinking
various
of
other
the
things. I
demon
got you.
with a bird's mask.
Straight up like some possession type shit, you know?
Mephiston
Putting all the
watched
warding around the
Federac
room and
begin
whatnot.
to stir. The colonel was strapped to a table in a small, shuttered room. There were just a few fingers of light spilling around the shutters to reveal that it was still daylight outside.
By the throne,
said Fedorak as he woke, straining against his bonds, trying to rise.
What is this? Who would dare do this to me?
His rage faltered as he noticed Mephiston standing a few feet away. He slumped back against the table, the whites of his eyes gleaming from the sickly yellow pallor of his face. Mephiston crossed the room towards him, his armor purring with electromagnetics. He leant over the table and unfastened the restraints. Fedorak winced as blood rushed back into his arms and legs. He patted the limbs as he sat up, and then managed to climb slowly down from the table, his legs numb and clumsy.
This is an outrage. You have no right to treat me in such a way.
Asturia,
replied Mephiston. Fedorak shook his head.
What?
The painting you
What?
found in the mess hall. It is a rare treasure, painted by an artist called Asturia. It is uniquely beautiful and unusually accurate. You were right to be impressed.
Fedorak looked even more baffled.
How
Yeah,
do you know
what?
about that?
Asturia
Who's this,
knew
like,
the
human?
Emperor of mankind.
Continued Mephiston, ignoring Fedorak's question.
He personally observed several key engagements.
Yeah,
at
have
the
yourself a
very
good day,
dawn of the
Goob.
Imperium.
Have yourself a good rest of your
The
night. Thank you for
intensity
tuning
of
in.
vision you notice
Appreciate
is
it, man. Have yourself a good one.
Insight stems from the fact that he knew his subject. The determination you saw in that image, that refusal to accept defeat, is no simple trick of the artist. It affected you so profoundly because it is the truth.
The truth.
Is always beautiful, and beauty is always powerful.
Fedorak massaged his temples and stared at the floor.
Talking like a
What's the
Slaneshi
dream?
cultist right there.
How can you know what I thought? What I saw?
I am a librarian. Things that are hidden from others are made clear to me.
Mephiston shrugged.
To be fair, even a psyker of moderate abilities could see what's in your mind. Revelation shines out of you like a beacon. It's part
Really?
of the reason I spared your life.
Spared my
Interesting.
life.
Fedorak limped away.
Yeah, what
from
did
the
he
table,
do? What was
looking
the
around
offense
for his
here?
weapons.
What are you talking about?
You saw a demon.
Mephiston
Oh,
spoke in calm, neutral tones, but the words resonated, catching Fedorak's breath in his throat.
Demon?
He sneered.
What do you mean? You talking about fairy tales?
Demons exist. The name is perhaps misleading. It conjures up unhelpful connotations.
I see.
But there
Yeah.
are entities in the
And we've
world
gotten into that too.
hunger
The naming
for your
process
soul.
of it. Yeah.
Fedorak. Beings of etheric force.
Hey, Colton, how you doing?
Desire a foothold in reality.
Went to your
They
niece's
wish to
birthday, ate
escape
too much
from their
food. Sounds like a great
earthly
time, man.
hells
Thank you for
and
tuning in, by the
enter
way.
Our galaxy, and here, in the Prospero system, they have almost succeeded.
Mephiston did not need seer sight to know what Fedorak was thinking. The terror was clear in his eyes. Fedorak stared at him.
Why? Why are you telling me all this?
Because there is a demon on this world, and I need your help in finding it.
Fedorak was unable to speak for a moment, shaking his head and mouthing silent words. Then he looked at the table.
Why did you strap me down?
You are not yourself.
Mephiston wrenched the shutters
Oh.
open, flooding the room with light and heat.
You attacked your comrade. I might have killed him if Raceless had not intervened.
Sergeant Malik?
Fedorak sounded horrified. He shielded his eyes from the glare as sunlight flashed across Mephiston's battle plate.
Is he hurt?
Fedorak was a good man. Mephiston had sensed that even before he dragged his thoughts.
Interesting.
He was gruff and brittle, and he had spent many years battling a faithlessness that
But he's a
ate
good
into
dude.
him like a cancer. But he cared for his men,
Yeah.
and he would die for them if he had to. Mephiston had spent the last few hours striving for his sanity because he held vital information about Zadkael. But he also felt a grudging affinity for a man who had battled so much doubt and madness so as not to fail his men. Fedorak was looking at the floor and muttering quickly to himself, growing increasingly agitated, massaging his face as though trying to remove a mask.
Like a bird skull. A mask like a bird skull.
His words rose in pitch and desperation until he seemed on the verge of crying out.
Zephyr.
Mephiston said the word quietly, and Fedorak immediately relaxed, ceasing his muttering and taking a deep breath. Zephyr was an old Baalite word. Mephiston had dragged it from his own hazy recollected childhood. It had no innate significance to Fedorak, but Mephiston had planted verbal triggers in the Colonel's subconscious, ways to redirect his thoughts from memories of the demon. There was no telling how long the wars would hold. Fedorak's memories of Zadkael would loop tirelessly until they found a chink in the armor Mephiston had made, and then Fedorak's sanity would fold, leaving him incapable of rational thought. He might last months, years even, but eventually the pain would be too great.
Interesting.
Not many mortals come so close to a creature of the warp and survive as long as you have.
Fedorak glanced at him.
Kind of interesting, like he's living on like borrowed time in a sense. It's almost like a radiation, like cancer in a sense. Like, obviously it isn't. It's more of like a mental blockade. He's going to lose his sanity, right? But like, he was in close proximity to it, and that enough was like enough to shatter the average person's mind. Somehow he didn't completely fucking lose himself. But he is going to eventually. That's a very brutal point to keep mind of.
The warp and survive as long as you have.
Fedorak glanced at him. He was fully awake now, and his eyes were sharp.
It's been a really good stream so far, Colton. I'm not gonna lie. The dialogue has been very, very peak in this so far.
In my thoughts.
You have some time remaining to you. Which of us can say more than that?
Fedorak sat heavily on a chair and cradled his head. After a while, he seemed to recover his composure and looked up at Mephiston.
Thank you for whatever you did. Tell me how I can return the favor.
This sector is no longer under Imperial control. You are a lone outpost. You will soon fall.
Fedorak nodded.
Which is why no one heard our calls for help.
I heard your call, Colonel. That cannot be an accident. You called, I came, and I met the one man on this planet who can lead me to my prey. If you had not seen Assyria's painting, you would not have survived to meet me. And if you had not survived to meet me, I might have lost my way.
Then the Emperor brought us together. He's watching over us.
Mephiston
Sure. Something like that.
Is it the skill of Asturia we should be thanking?
Literally.
The power of human endeavor and creativity. Is that what the Emperor means? Is he our better instincts? Is he the spark of genius that gives us hope and drives us on when we are about to accept defeat?
Fedorak shook his head.
I saw something more than a painting.
Who knows what you really saw? Conversation for another time. I have come here seeking the being that drove you to pull that gun on yourself. I have to find it. I have to stop it. Or that madness you feel twisting in your thoughts will soon infect
everyone.
The entire galaxy.
Well, the galaxy too, I suppose. But temporarily, everyone on this goddamn planet's gonna get fucking encompassed by it. Oh my god. Had a stroke there. Couldn't take that one out.
It feels like watching a fire from a distance. I see the light, the silhouettes that dance around it, basking in it. I yearn for the heat, for the warmth I once held.
Send
so
you a
dear.
pic of nose pass? Oh
I can
god.
almost feel its embers in my chest. I thought it would always be a part of me, but now
Bruh.
I
Hold up. Are you kidding me right now? Are you really guys? Really guys? This is what you're saying? This is what you're saying I look like when I turn sideways? Really? Bastards.
I thought it would always be a part of me, but now
My nose isn't that big. Come on now. It's not fucking... It's not that gigantic, is it? Oh, man.
And further from my reach. This is the
Kinda
price
see it?
for the
Ah.
gift I bear. The price of power.
Sabassus, a lost imperial world, clouded under the influence of the warp.
He's on to
Within
something,
the
bruh.
Prospero system, Mephiston, Raceless, and Antros searched for a way to traverse the Cicatrix Maledictum, a journey that brought them to the husk of a long-dead Eldari craft world. They found themselves set upon by illusions. Even their Thunderhawk was struck. Mephiston, now in control of his power,
It's uncanny.
unleashed
Fuck
it.
off with
He
that. No, it's not.
froze
No, it's
time
not. It
within
can't
the
be.
pocket of the ship,
It's impossible.
debating whether to heal the shattered skull.
Also, that
of
motherfucker
their
is way
pilot.
too short. That
The
thing's like a
Primaris
foot tall.
frame was truly extraordinary.
The proportions
allowing
on
him
it?
to
Nah,
unlock the true
nah.
potential
Couldn't be.
of his power.
Could not
the
be.
power of Sanguinius. Mephiston chased down this puppet master, finding that a foul Eldari was the source. It was at his mercy, but he began to bargain with it, threatening to bring the eyes of the Imperium upon this hallowed ground, unless it granted him access to their hidden paths. The Webway, a bypass for the Cicatrix Maledictum. The alien agreed. The Blood Oath roared into the Prospero system, finding the nearly lost Imperial jungle world of Sabassus.
Ever thought about growing a
Mephiston,
mustache? No, not really.
Raceless,
Not really.
Antros, and the Blood
I feel like I
Angels
can do a beard
descended
pretty well. I
down
feel like a
from the
mustache
sky,
would not be it.
Finding the last Imperial outpost under siege, preparing for their last stand against the forces of the Chaos Cult. The terrified, exhausted people of Sabassus were awaiting their deaths, only to find the Angels of Death knocking at their door. Their prayers to the Emperor had been answered, as warriors in beautiful vermilion red armor strode in. Colonel Federac, the Imperial Guard commander, began to greet the warriors until his mind snapped. He awoke, strapped down upon a table, saved from attacking his friend by the enormous, bulky figure in the corner of the room. Mephiston stared back at the mortal, his aesthetics no doubt inspiring equal parts dread and hope. Before his return to the city and its last stand, Colonel Federac had seen something
Check the new
horrific
pick.
that had happened upon one of the 9 finger-shaped mountains of Sabassus.
Oh, what the fuck?
see-
What? Bruh, there's no way. There's no way. What is this? What's that supposed to be? What's that supposed to be? What is this? What is this? Huh? What are you trying to say here? What are you guys trying to say? You think that looks like this? Nah, there ain't no way. I mean, come on. That mustache? No, I could never. Maybe my regular hair would look like that. Not my beard. Nah. Couldn't be. It's impossible, guys. You guys are spreading a lot of heresy right now. You know that?
On one of the 9 finger-shaped mountains of Sabassus, he had seen a
Future
demon
Sen? Fuck
with a
that.
bird
What?
skull mask. A sight that would crack the sanity of any mortal, and eventually his. Federac had been a man on the edge of giving up, even before. His sanity only saved by the painting that hung in his quarters. An Astria original, a glorious rendition of the Emperor of Mankind during the dawn of the Great Crusade, millennia ago. The determination, the hope, captured in the Emperor's eyes, had acted like a bandage upon his psyche. Something Mephiston reinforced, saving his life. Even when he had been Calisterius, Mephiston, as a blood angel, was no stranger to art. His chapter was steeped in it. Many times, in all his lives, there had been a paintbrush or a chisel replacing a sword in his hand. He understood Astria's work, for he knew that look in the Emperor's eyes, because truth was always beautiful. Fedorak had seen the demon, the one whom Mephiston had been chasing now for centuries.
Fuck.
And Fedorak would lead them to it. To the mountains of Sabasis, Mephiston and Raceless traversed, leaving Antros behind, much to the Lexicanium's frustration. With Fedorak at the Blood Angel's side, they retreaded the Colonel's steps, finding the remnants of the demonic rituals the Colonel had witnessed before. The group found their way into a temple. They began approaching what appeared to be a ritual site. The uneasiness they were all feeling was broken as they were ambushed by the demon Mephiston had been chasing for centuries. Zadkael, a greater demon of Tzeentch. From their flanks strode forth Baroque.
That is Tzeentch fucking demons want a piece.
Powered armor.
Man, everybody's wanted a piece. Every single fucking chaos deity has gotten in here.
The Red. The battle ignited, with Raceless and the Primaris Blood Angels engaging the Thousand Suns, and Mephiston rushing towards the ritual site at the center. It was glowing hot, searing with heat. The mountains began to shake, all 9 of the finger-shaped peaks.
Why did Sen get rid of the picture that was in the middle of his screen? Didn't want to confuse people? Oh my god. I'll just replace my face cam with that next time. You guys won't even be able to tell the difference, I promise.
Encased his body around the ritual site. He tapped into the full power as the avatar of the Black
no difference,
Angel.
actually.
Now in his Primaris frame, he split himself. He bound his body to the ritual beacon, using his corpse to insulate and delay it. He sent his consciousness into his friend Raceless to aid his brother and his soul, chasing after the demon into the warp. He awoke.
It'll never go away now,
to a
bro.
landscape without physical or temporal boundaries.
Maybe not,
A
maybe
vast, formless limbo.
I don't see
with
it.
colors
I
and
don't see
shapes
it.
impossible to describe. A
Nah.
figure stood up. It was a mass of charred muscle, coated in a crust of dark, dried blood, with raptor-like claws, glowing red eyes and wings. This was the true form of the being Mephiston.
Fuck.
His soul. He was a creature that seemed to fit into the smattering of bizarre, twisted abominations that roamed this bizarre place. He was confused, disorientated. His memory was fractured. He was someone. He was chasing something. He followed the creatures around him, joining a seeming exodus of twisted monstrosities, all towards the city of light. In their thousands they travelled, abominations, all hoping to join the Crimson King, Magnus the Red, in his utopia for psychers, the hulking, nightmarish creature that was Mephiston. Along the mind-breaking, impossible paths of the warp, stood before the city of light. Ancient, broken, Prospero. He broke his way in, slaughtering vile demonic creatures in his path. A crumbling ruin, where the echoes of ghosts from the Horus heresy met him.
I like how fucking poor Magnus here is literally just trying to set up a safe space for psychers and like those that are like, you know, psychically gifted in that way. And like, it's just straight up like fucking Mephiston goes in here. He's just fucking butchering them all. Like, that's hilarious to me. Just putting a complete stop to this. This is impossible. Fucking Prospero. Ugh. Puh. Fucking ugh.
Ruin, where the echoes of ghosts from the Horus heresy met him. Slowly his memory was returning, as did his surety of his task and his target. But his prey was not the one being hunted. Lured into a tower Mephiston walked straight into the demon's ambush. He was stabbed by a ritual knife and locked in place.
Fuck.
Zadkiel cackled in triumph. Over a century of manipulation and scheming had come to pass. Divinus Prime, Morsis, the Cicatrix Maledictum, and now he had him, the perfect conduit, to enact a ritual to bring the City of Light back into real space. On Sabasis, Antros defied Mephiston's orders, travelling to the summit of one of the 9 Finger Mountains. The young Lexicanium, student of Mephiston, still caught by the righteousness of youth, thought he was saving them. But when he arrived, his body began to change. He started to twist and contort. The sleepless mile, the path that had brought him back from the Black Rage, was not born of the sons of Helios, but of Zadkiel, a ritual of Tzeentch.
Right.
Antros cried out in pain. He had been tricked. He had betrayed everything. His chapter, his friends. He had betrayed Mephiston. As his sanity was moments away from being swallowed by the creature he would become, he looked into the staff his lord had gifted them before they left Baal. It clicked, and he understood what he had to do. With the last part of him human, Antros polarized the ritual, drawing upon it as a vessel, taking his lord's place and his life with it. Raceless, with nearly every blood angel with him, either wounded or dead, looked to the smoking shell that was Mephiston. The Lord of Death had returned, and he stared back. His armor was smoking and burned, but he was whole. The mountains outside had vanished, and Sabasis was at peace. Returning back to Baal, Mephiston and Raceless sat in Lucius Antros's personal chambers, remembering their friend. With his Primaris form, Mephiston had not just been
always has good intentions, he's always an idiot, it's true.
Just like when Callisterius
Primarch to sacrifice hundreds of servant psychers in his ritual to speak to Horus. Yeah, listen.
Was incredible.
I'm not saying that Magnus, was the brightest. I'm just saying, it's funny that, like, post-heresy, he's, like, straight up, like, trying to, like, he's trying to create a safe space, quote unquote, for psychers. Post-heresy, right? Pre-heresy or during the heresy, obviously that's a different time period, I suppose. But yeah, you gotta crack a couple eggs to make an omelet on occasion, I suppose. So 100 psychers, that's not much, and he knows the risks. At that point, he knows those risks at least. He just was an idiot and got manipulated. That's all.
Elevated to Mephiston, his power was incredible. Great enough to see the taint residing in Antros's heart, the taint of the Sleepless Mile. It feels like watching a fire from a distance. I see the light, the silhouettes that dance around it. I thought it would always be a part of me, but now I squint as the flames seem more distant, further and further from my reach. This is the price.
Magnus was told to do nothing and he did that wrong. That's kind of true, though. That is fair.
Power. The somber, Raceless asked if Mephiston could have saved Antros. Why had he let himself be stabbed by Zadkiel? If Antros had needed to die in the polarizing of the ritual, Mephiston told him that he had saved him. A flash of anger rose in Raceless and then faded. The Lord of Death was so powerful, and with that elevation came an even greater distance from his friends, from his student, from his humanity. He watched them like silhouettes around a flame, distant, now far away from their warmth.
So he's actually just super goated now.
Antros, or was he even capable?
But he's gone.
Could the avatar of the Black Angel, the symbol Mephiston, care for one? being.
It called him racist
The
earlier? Oh, it's been
centuries-old
calling him racist
librarian
all
sat
video.
in peace.
That's
He
been his name,
endured
actually.
So much. He let his mind
Raceless,
drift as he
racerless,
sketched.
racist.
He looked down at his work.
We've seen them all.
Seeing
We've seen
like
them all.
Astria, a sketch of the Emperor, those powerful, determined, hope-filled eyes staring back. Is this how he felt? How Sanguinius felt? A protector of humanity, but destined to be on the sidelines, its observer, never quite feeling its warmth again. The Lord of Death, Kali, Callisterius, Mephiston, the Black Angel, stood up, striding out, ready to fight the enemies of the Imperium until he could no more. His destiny was doomed to become the embodiment of the Black Angel, but until that day, he would rage against the dying of the light.
Damn.
Do not go
Wow.
gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage against the dying of the light. Though wise men at their end know dark is right, because their words had forked no lightning, they do not go gentle into that good night. Good men, the last wave by, crying how bright their frail deeds might have danced in a green bay, rage against the dying of the light. Wild men who caught and sang the sun in flight and learned too late they grieved it on its way, do not go gentle into that good night. Grave men near death, who see with blinding sight, blind eyes could blaze like meteors and be gay. Rage against the dying of the light. And you, my father, there in the sad height, hers, bless me now with your fierce tears, I pray. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage against the dying of the light.
That's man, what a great voice acting at the end there. That fucking little poem at the end there. I love that, man. That's been a constant throughout, but it's that in full like that was done really, really well. Holy shit. Wow, guys, that was awesome. That was, I'm assuming this is probably the end here. I just want to make sure so we don't get copyrighted into the dirt. Yeah, that's the end there, guys. Wow, that was Mephiston by the Amber King, guys. That was a fantastic ending there, and that was a fantastic video in general. It wasn't an instant ending that time. Yeah, true. Last time we checked it out, it just fucking abruptly came to an end like that at the snap of fingers, and I was like, holy shit, that was sudden. No, that was really good. Honestly, really like that character. Not gonna lie, I had not heard anything about him going into this stream. But man, I really enjoyed that character, Mephiston. Holy shit, I just had a stroke there again. Yeah, really great character. We got to see a bit of Dante in there. The Blood Angels too. Blood Angels are a fantastic legion, fantastic chapter. Love seeing more of them as always. And I love the humanity, the dialogue throughout this as well. The dialogue was super good. The back and forth between Mephiston and Razorless, however you pronounce his name. We got fucking 5 different interpretations of his name that video. Not the Amber King's fault, just the closed captions, hard to see. Or hard to hear, I should say. No, I thought that was fantastic. The humanity shown between those characters, the vulnerability shown between those characters was really good. Thought that was fantastic, man. Wow. Really can't recommend that one enough. Straight up. That was awesome, guys. I need to add Dorn to the next poll. I will add Dorn to the next poll if that's what you guys want to see. Dorn will be going on the next poll. Let me write that down now so I don't forget. There she is. But yeah, no, that was great. Haven't watched that one in a while. Yeah, no, I mean that one was great for me. 2 years ago, 400,000 views, man. Wow, very interesting. Apparently, Warhammer 40k Darktide. Nope, that's not it. So, which of the two Blood Angels do you like more, Dante or Mephiston? I still think I like Dante a bit more, just because of his like struggles. I guess you do get a bit more. While there was a lot of humanity with Mephiston, as he changes, you start to see that humanity kind of fade more and more. You start to see him gain more and more power, and he kind of loses himself. And with Dante, you don't ever really see that, and you get to see him truly at his lowest lows and kind of go up from there. But also, he doesn't really get above that level of, I fucking hate my life, you know what I mean? And I don't want to fucking do this anymore, but I'm bound by duty to do so. And he doesn't ever like let that go, So I think I have to give it to Dante still between my favorite characters, but Mephiston was still fucking fantastic. This is still up there in terms of characters for sure in my mind. Yeah, it's hard to say. Like, they're both very, very good. I just think personal preference, I'd have to give it to Dante. Slightly over to Dante. Commander Farsight next, perhaps. I can throw Farsight on the poll if you guys want. We can see how that goes. Sure, Farsight, why not? We haven't put Farsight on the poll yet. Doran, Ferris, Fulgrim. What other Primarchs is not checked out? Yeah, if you guys have any recommendations, on the polls that I do post, feel free to put the names of Primarchs, characters, whatever have you, the name of videos in there. Don't post links because the links will get deleted. But yeah, feel free to put a recommendation on any of the polls that I do post. What you guys want to see next time, for sure. Don't be afraid to do that. It just means next time, I'll probably put that character on the poll in place of someone else, whoever does like the worst or whatever, right? So feel free, more than free to put some recommendations up there. Alfarius and Omegon, yeah, that would be kind of cool. Farsight would be cool, but Dorn is the GOAT. Yeah, for sure. DayZ tonight, we might do some DayZ tonight. Again, I'll probably post a little poll here quickly on the channel if you guys do want to see any DayZ. I'm not going to stream it if there's no interest on it from you guys. And again, no hard feelings if there's no interest from you guys on that. I understand it's not for everybody. It's a game I do like to play on occasion, with my buddies and stuff like that. So it's all up to you guys. I won't go through the trouble of streaming it if it's not something you guys want to see. If not, we will probably be doing some Skyrim tonight. Hobbit, to answer your question, we may do some DayZ tonight. Might do that for a few hours. To have a little break here, eat some dinner, chill out. Maybe play a bit of DayZ, and then I probably will end up streaming. If I don't stream DayZ, I'll definitely end up streaming some Skyrim or potentially something else in the meantime later tonight. So yeah, guys, no, I thought that was great. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you enjoyed, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe for more content from me, and of course, leave your recommendations down in the comments below, what you guys want to see next. If you're not in the Discord, come on down, join the Discord, guys. It's awesome to see you guys there. So come on down, join the Discord, and yeah, we're probably gonna do some streaming later. Big thank you to Hobbit for that membership giveaway, I guess, those 10 memberships. Those were pretty big, so big thank you to Hobbit for that. Definitely give a thanks to him if any of you guys got any one of those memberships. That was big shit. And yeah, without any further delay, guys, we're probably going to end the stream here for tonight. Yeah, big thank you to all of our members, all of our Hastati, our Principes, Dagenhart, and Hobbit, and of course our Prefect Fear. Appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day. Almost said every single day. Holy shit, that would have been a misstep there. Every single day. And yeah, without any further delay, guys, this has been Centurion, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace, guys.